Hello,
Good morning, sir.
good morning.
Yes. Good morning. Hello. Sir, I'm audible?
Yes, just give me 1 second.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Okay,
Yes, sir.
let's begin.
Yes, sir.
So, tell me what are the important pillars of financial system?
Yes, sir. There are four pillars of financial system: financial market, financial participant, financial product, and financial services and regulators. Instruments.
Okay,
Yes.
sorry.
No, sir. Financial services and instruments.
Okay. Uh, what are important markets in financial markets?
Sorry, sir.
What are important markets in financial markets?
What are in
Which
the
markets are there in financial markets?
financial market, capital market, and money market?
Okay. How many markets are there in capital market?
In capital market, there are two types of market: primary market and secondary market.
Okay. And what is the difference between primary and secondary market?
Yes, sir. In primary market, price at which securities are traded on stock exchange. Its result may factors like sorry. In primary market, arrangements in arrangement whose companies can issue securities and raise the capital. Primary market is done basically between investor and issuers, and in secondary market it is done between investor and investor, where it takes place where securities are issued in primary market, which they are traded in secondary market.
Okay. Can you name some participants?
Yes, sir. In primary market there is an IPOs, and in secondary market and it's Bombay Stock Exchange and National Stock Exchange. That's
I'm telling you, can you name some participants?
of primary market.
No, participants. Who
Yeah,
are
yeah,
financial participants?
financial participant. Okay, sir. Financial participants are investment banking, retail banking, brokers, dealers, brokers, dealer, depository custodians, and many
Participants
more like
cannot,
that. Government.
participants cannot, participants cannot be investment banking. It can be investment bank.
Banker.
Participants, they will participate. What investment banking is a field. Investment banking is a job.
Yeah, yeah. Yes, sir, yes, yes. Yes, sir. Investment
You have to
bank.
be very careful.
Yeah, investment bank. Yeah, I have said it,
हाँ,
investment bank.
ठीक है.
Sorry,
Who
sir.
are custodians?
Custodians who safeguards custodian is in financial instruments who safeguards the
Instruments or institute?
institute. Custodian is in financial institute who safeguards the assets, financial security assets.
Yeah. And
Yes,
they
sir. An
safeguard the
example is
assets.
Dutch Bank, securities as well as assets.
They safeguard assets of whom? Clients.
Clients, yes.
पूरा बोलो.
Yes, sir.
What are depositories?
Depositories and financial instrument who
Instrument or institute?
Depositories and financial institute who keeps securities in electronic as well as physical form.
Who holds? Who
Yeah,
not keeps? Who holds? Okay. What do you understand by order-driven market and code-driven market?
Order-driven market is a market where securities are traded on exchange, where participants can be investor as well as traders. It has high liquidity, and in the order-driven market is most transparent market. In order-driven market, rule book it is transparent, it is visible to all the participants, and it is most and execution guarantees low in order driven market. In quad driven market, securities are traded on OTC, and participants are market makers, and it is less transparency, and it is done privately.
Okay. What is difference between indirect finance and direct finance?
Direct finance and indirect finance. In direct finance, there is no intermediary between investor and issuer. They can directly invest and issue the securities. And in indirect finance, there is an intermediary between investor and issuer. The decisions are taken by intermediaries.
Okay. What is difference between ordinary shares and preference shares?
Ordinary shares are most common type of share. Ordinary shares do not have voting rights, and ordinary shares are mostly they are only common type of share. They are high risk. They are high risky. Their risk is high, and in ordinary shares. In preference shares are the share which get preference in the term of dividend. Preference shares are most in preference shares get shareholders where share preference get in the term of dividend and repayment at the time of liquidity. It has dividend maturity. It has no voting rights. It is traded on stock exchange, and
Yeah.
yes.
And what are the fundamental rights of ordinary shares?
Fundamental rights of ordinary shares. Uh, Sorry, sir, I'm not recalling it.
Fundamental rights of equity shares.
They can be they have voting rights like that. But I'm not getting what exactly you are asking.
Okay. What are objectives of secondary market?
Objective of secondary markets are price discovery, liquidity, reduction in transaction cost.
Okay. What do you understand by ADR?
ADR is an depository which can be which
ADR is
can
a depository.
ADR is a type of depository.
It is a depository or it is a type
American
of a depository receipt?
It is a type of a depository receipt which can be traded on American market. It is of two types, sponsored and unsponsored. In sponsored ADR, an issuer is willing to issue the securities in American market. The local securities are being transferred to American depository, And in ADR, issuers bears the insurance cost, and issuer compliance with stock exchange commission. And it has three levels. Level 1, there is minimum compliance with stock exchange commission, and it is traded on OTC market, and it do not raise its capital. And in level 2, it is a moderate compliance. It is also traded with OTC, and it can raise its capital. And in level 3, it is full compliance, and it is traded on exchange, and it can raise its capital, and it do have voting rights too. And in unsponsored ADR is issued by depository without a knowledge and information of the company. It is issued in response to market demand, and it is traded on OTC market, and it do not have voting rights.
Okay.
Yes.
But be very careful, because you are saying American depository, this ADR is a depository.
It is a depository receipt. Yes. Sorry, sir.
And how many money market products are there?
There are five types of money market products: certificate of deposit, commercial papers, treasury bills, repurchase agreement, and interland banking.
Okay.
Yes.
How are commercial papers issued?
Commercial papers are issued by government. It is
Commercial papers are issued by
sorry,
government.
sir. Treasury. Commercial papers are issued privately. It is issued by corporate.
Hmm?
It is issued by corporate. It is issued privately by corporates.
Okay.
Yes.
I asked you how are they issued. आपने who से चालू कर दिया, मैं समझ में नहीं आ रहा है मेरे को. ग्रुप में भी डाल दिया कल मैंने.
Yes. Okay, sir. And it is an instrument. It is a negotiable instrument issued by corporate. It is
And
an,
how are treasury bills issued?
say, treasury bills are issued by government. It is discounted securities issued at discount and redeemed at par. The difference between issued price and redeemed price is interest.
I'm asking you how. How are they issued? How?
They are issued by Dutch auction process, and
Okay.
yes.
1 second. Yeah, can you explain me the Dutch auction process?
Yes, the Dutch auction process. It is the process is to commutative bidder and non-commutative bidder. In commutative bidders bid the yield, their expectation on T bills and their expectations on T bills and arrangements can be done in ascending order, and starting it start allocation from lowest bidder first. And in non-commutative bidders, there is no allocation. It is done on the basis of average price of the bidders in commutative bidders.
At what rate government allocates the treasury bills?
It what rate? It's something 4
No. Out of the auction process, which rate government chooses?
it chooses average rate from both from all commutative bidders participant.
It chooses average rate for whom?
Sorry.
It chooses average rate for whom?
They choose.
Competitive bidders are allocated treasury bills at which rate?
They allocated the rate. They first started their rate from. They started their allocation from lowest rate only.
And they use average rate for whom?
They use average rate for non-commutative bidders to participate.
What are junk bonds?
Junk bonds are the bonds which is higher risk, and in junk bond has low in junk bond there is an low in junk bond there has low compensation. There junk bond is most unsecured bond.
Unsecured or riskier?
Yeah, risky means it is most risky bond because it has low rating power.
Who issues junk bonds?
Junk bonds are issued by corporates.
Who issues?
Example, uh, like junk bond is issued by corporate banks.
What are junk bonds?
Junk. Uh,
What are junk bonds? Junk bonds are
who's low risk. I'm not getting the definition of something.
junk bonds are bonds issued by companies which has poor credit rating.
Yeah, low. I have said na low credit rates.
You said that.
Yes, sir.
Then what was stopping you from saying again?
I thought it has a particular definition.
What are perpetual bonds?
Perpetual bonds are the bonds forever. Perpetual bonds has perpetual perpetual bonds has without maturity. Perpetual bonds at without maturity it is callable. It is yeah, it is bond forever. It is of two types: callable bond and puttable bond. In callable bond, issuer call back securities and replace money, and in puttable bond, investor surrenders securities to issuer and receives money.
Okay. What's the relationship between interest and yield?
Interest and yield. There is a direct relation between interest and yield.
Okay. What happens to yield when bond price goes up?
When bond price goes up, yield goes down.
Okay. And why is that?
Because interest because when interest rate goes up, and that's why bonds goes down, and with that yield goes up.
Sorry, repeat again.
When interest rate goes up, with that bond goes down, and it has indirect relationship, inverse relation, and with bond yields goes with when bonds goes down, yields goes up, because they do have inverse relationship.
But why I'm saying if bond price is going down, why is yield going up? That is what I'm asking you.
Uh, because we can say that yield is uh,
Why does yield goes up? Why is the relationship inverse? That is my question.
because bond is for ever, means bond is for certain time, and in yield
No,
it is.
no, 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 no. Bond is for certain time. What is that answer?
No, so it is not an answer. I am saying that due to that yield. Sorry sir, I can't explain it. I'm not able to explain this sentence.
Okay. What are different day count conventions?
What are
Day count conventions.
they
Different
count?
day count
Yes, sir.
conventions.
They count convictions are of five types. It is of They count convictions are of five types. It is 30 by 360, 30 by 365, actual by 365, actual by 360, and actual by actual.
Okay. What do you mean by securitization?
Securitization, it is a process of taking illiquid assets to securities.
Converting illiquid assets to securities.
Hmm.
Which securities are formed out of securitization? Assets are converted to which securities?
Mortgage-based securities.
Hmm?
Mortgage-based securities.
What are you saying more?
It is mortgage-backed securities, based securities.
Mortgage.
Yeah, mortgage-based securities.
What are mortgage-backed securities?
Mortgage-based securities are that which are it is in securities which can't be moved. Which can't be moved means like house loan and all other, all comes in mortgage-based securities.
No, 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 no. What are you saying? I don't understand. Yeah. What are mortgage-backed securities? Say again.
It is in securities which can't be moved.
Which can't
Means
be securities? Why can't securities be moved? What are you saying? Do you even understand? Securities can't be moved. क्या एक टेबल से दूसरे टेबल पर रखने के हिलाने का सिक्योरिटीज को which can't be
no,
moved.
no, sir. I mean they can't be exchange, means security. If we are taking loan, we have to give some securities for that, like uh, like
If
in
we are
car
giving loan, we have
insurance.
to give. Okay, okay.
Yes, sir.
If we are taking loan, I have to give some security.
Yeah. But like in house loans, we have to give the papers of the house.
But I'm asking you, what do you mean by mortgage-backed security? What is MBS? Hmm. What do you mean by NDF?
And what do you mean by NDF? NDF is a forward contract on currencies which can't be freely exchanged between two non-domestic counterparties. It is NDF can be settled in cash. The process of settlement is called fixing, and the profit and loss is calculated in deliverable currencies.
Okay. What do we mean by profit and losses calculated in deliverable currency?
um, uh, Means profit and loss in which currencies we are getting we are in which currencies there are two types there are two currencies in which currencies we are delivering our say our security or our shares in which they will in that the profit and loss will be calculated.
Hmm? I want to understand how will you calculate profit and deliverable currency. Give me an example.
If we are example is like that if the share is of 1000
Share.
currencies,
Okay.
if the currency is of one we have 1000 and the total price is
What is 1000? What is 1000? We have 1000. So in currency, we simply can't say 1000, right? We have to be specific.
if we have $1000
Okay. If we have $1000.
and we have to exchange it and we are exchanging, we thought that it will go means it is going up to if you are say, exchanging it if one has 1000 and another has $7000, then the difference between 1000 and 7000 is
No, no. You yourself know you are talking, you are giving stupid answers. You yourself know. What do you mean by interest rate swap?
interpret.
What do you mean by interest rate swap?
Interest rate swap is it is an contract. It is an swaps which between two counterparties where both the legs are based on interest rates.
Sorry?
It is an interest rate swaps is an derivatives in which both the legs are based on
What is interest rate swap? What is defined interest rate swap? If you can't, I will define for you.
yeah, I am defined it. Interest rate swap is an exchange of it is an exchange of two it is an exchange of two counterpart it is an exchange of two
इंटरेस्ट
current
रेट स्वैप इज अ कॉन्ट्रैक्ट करेंसी क्यों आएगा इसमें करेंसी क्यों बोला इंटरेस्ट रेट स्वैप इज अ कॉन्ट्रैक्ट बिटवीन टू काउंटर पार्टीज to exchange cash flows based on interest rate.
Yes,
What is the problem? Please make me understand.
no sir, I was remembering that, but I'm not able to explain.
1 second. Yeah,
Yes, sir.
understood.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, now tell me. If you think you are a counterparty, you think that interest rates in the market will go up.
Yes, sir.
What position will you have in interest rate swap?
If market, if pricing goes up, I will decide.
Pricing, I did not say about pricing. Please listen to me carefully. I
Yes, sir.
am telling you if interest rates in the market will go up,
Yes, sir.
which position you would like to have in interest rate swap?
The I will have means I will go with if I thought that it will goes up, then I'm sure about that. If price will go up, then I will decide a LIBOR. I will decide a LIBOR for that.
If you think interest rates will go up,
Yes, sir.
you are worried of spending more because interest rates will go up.
Yes, sir.
Today, interest rate is 5%, you are spending 5%. Tomorrow, interest rate is
Ah,
6%, you are spending 6%.
yes,
So, what position you will take in interest rate swap? You will pay fixed and receive floating.
yes, sir.
What do you mean by credit default swap?
In credit defaults, and one party ensures that one if I thought that in credit defaults, and normally it is like an insurance in which one insures that he knows that maybe company will not default, and he will just look all over the things, and he will ensure that yes, the party is not it will not get default, and one party will got insurance on the terms on
Give me
behalf of
example.
other example.
Give me example.
Yes, like if one company wants thought that price will go, he just wants something he just wants to want some money and some current loans, something like that. Then he will just go to another party, and another party thought that he is not sure about that it will go up or down. He is not sure
Up or
any.
down, credit
He
default swap में up or down कुछ है ही नहीं. Go. Like I'm done. Up and down and he will thought क्या पता नहीं प्रिपरेशन के नाम पे क्या कर रहे हो तुम सब लोग मुझे तो समझ में नहीं आ रहा है.
sir, actually, in derivatives, my swaps is not clear, so I have not done it.
Okay, tell me one thing which is there in futures contract but it is not there in forward contract.
Securities are not traded in forward contracts. Only commodities are traded.
When we talk about a future contract,
Yes, sir.
ठीक है, some things are not there in forward contracts but they are there in futures contract.
Yes, sir. In future contracts, margin is decided. In forward contracts, there is no margin, and in future contracts, it is decided. It is daily. It is decided, and in forward contract, it is decided in advance, and it is settled in normally future contract is settled daily, and forward contract is settled once. It is settled physically, Forward contract is settled physically and it is settled in cash.
Forward contract is settled physically. It is settled in cash.
Forward contract, future contract is settled. Future settled is settled. Commodities for future contract it is settled daily, and
How are forwards settled?
forward contract is a contract between two counterparties to buy and sell
How? I am asking you, how are forwards settled
physically
and how are futures settled?
cash.
Okay. ठीक है, you can go. You can ask Samir to join.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
चला ठीक है, सॉरी भी भैया. चलो रात में मुझे पानी चाहिए कि मुझे काम खराब लगो. माच्या पास उमर का उमर दिनों में मुझे जिस उमर का मंगल है मंगल पापा की छुट्टी तो माच्या पास मंगल का मंगल वाली हेरा दिशा तो मैं कितनी आई ना ना चलो
Hello, sir. Hello, sir.
Yeah, hi.
Hello, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Yes. Tell me, what are the important pillars of financial system?
Financial system has 4 pillars: financial market, financial product, financial participant, financial service, and regulation.
Okay. What are the markets, financial markets?
Financial markets, there are 2 types of financial market: capital market and money market. Capital market is a long-term market, money market is a short-term market.
Very good.
Capital market.
Yeah. Capital market is long term, money market is short term. Continue.
Capital market has also 2 types: primary market and secondary market. Primary market is arrangement where companies can issue securities and raise capital. And investor and issuer meets in primary market, and secondary market marketplace where security issue in primary market are traded.
Okay, very good. And what is money market? This was about capital market.
Money market is a what's that?
Whatever you told now was about capital markets, right?
Yes.
What is money market? Capital
Money
market is long term, money market is short term.
short term.
Right? Yeah.
Yes.
Now, what is money market?
Money market is maximum term of money market is 1 year. Money market used for managing liquidity. Money market traded on OTC.
Are all money market products traded?
What's that?
Are all money market products traded?
On OTC market.
Or are all money market products traded?
Money market.
I'm asking you, are all the money market products traded? Money market में products है, right? You know the list of products. I'm asking you, are all the products traded?
Are all the products traded?
Are all the products traded? I'm asking you a question. Huh? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Can you understand my question?
I can't.
How many products are there in money market?
Products.
How many products are there in money market? Name them.
Okay. Certificate of deposit.
Okay.
Commercial paper.
Okay.
Interbank lending, treasury bill.
Okay. Okay.
And repurchase agreement.
Perfect. Are all of them traded?
Yes.
So you are saying repo agreement and interbank lending are also traded on markets, correct?
No, sir.
So I asked you, are all of them traded? You said yes.
No, sir. No, sir.
Okay. Can you name some participants?
Which, sir? Participant of which?
Financial markets. What are the financial participants?
Okay. Retail banking.
Retail banking is a field.
Retail investor. Retail investor. High individual network. Corporate. Insurance company. Government. Custodian. Repository. Mutual fund. Hedge fund. Yes.
What do you mean by depositories?
Depository is a financial institute who deals who holds security in an electronic form.
Who holds securities in electronic form?
Oh, yes, sir.
Okay, and what are custodians?
Custodians is a financial institute who safeguard client asset, who safeguard its client's asset. Who safeguard asset of client, who safeguard asset of client.
Okay. What do you mean by order-driven market?
Order-driven market is a order-driven market. Okay. Order-driven market is a market where securities are traded on exchange. Order-driven market order execution speed is high in order-driven market. Order execution guarantee is lowest in order-driven market. Order-driven market execution and matching of in order-driven market execution and matching of mentioned in rule book contained in order-driven market. Most transparency is more transparency in order-driven market.
Okay, and what do you understand by code-driven market?
Code-driven market is a market where traded on OTC market. Participants in code-driven market maker, and there is in code-driven market there isn't contained rule book, and less transparency is less in code-driven market.
Okay. Just a second. What do you understand by difference in direct financing and indirect financing?
Direct finance, in direct finance, there is no intermediary between issuer and investor. Investment decisions are taken by investor. Investment decision taken by investor, and securities are in custody of investor. And investor directly invests security is offered by issuer. And in direct finance, there is intermediary between issuer and investor. Investor invests in intermediary, and intermediary invests in issuer's securities.
What is difference between ordinary shares and preference shares? What is difference between ordinary shares and preference shares? Yeah.
Ordinary share is a common type of share. Is a major part of share capital, part owner of company. Ordinary share traded on OTC market. Ordinary shares have voting right, and preference shares. The shares will get preference in terms of liquidation, in terms of dividend payment and payment at the time of liquidation. They in preference share do not carry voting right. Preference share have fixed maturity, fixed dividend, and traded on OTC market and traded on stock exchange. Yes. Okay.
Are preference shares compulsorily traded on exchange, or they can be traded on exchange?
Sir,
Are they always traded? Are they always listed on stock exchange? Preference shares? Huh?
I can't remember.
Huh? Are preference shares traded on stock exchange always? Yes or no? What do you understand by ADR?
American Depository Receipt is a financial instrument issued by a depository of America. American Depository Receipt can be listed on American Stock Exchange. American Depository Receipt has two types: sponsored ADR and unsponsored ADR. Sponsored ADR issuer is willing to issue security available in American market. Local depository shares transfers to American depository. Issuer bears to issuance cost. Sponsored ADR has three types. Level one. Minimum compliance stock exchange commission traded on OTC market, cannot be used for raise capital. Level 2, minimum compliance with stock exchange commission traded on OTC market, traded on stock exchange, cannot be raise capital, cannot be used to raise capital. And third, level 3, full compliance with stock exchange commission traded on stock exchange, can be used to raise capital. And unsponsored ADR is issued by depository without knowledge and information to issuer company. Unsponsored ADR do not have voting right. Unsponsored ADR traded on OTC market. Yes.
What are objectives of secondary market?
Secondary market price discovery and liquidity, reduction in transaction costs, reduction in transaction risks.
Okay. And what are the objectives of investing in equity?
Objectives of investing in equity.
What are the objectives of investing in equity? Why will someone invest in equity?
To get future profit. Get profit in future.
Nah. Capital appreciation, right?
Yes.
Yeah. How are commercial papers issued?
Commercial paper is a commercial paper are negotiable instrument issued by corporate. Issued by corporate.
I am asking you, how are commercial papers issued? How? अभी मैंने मैसेज भेजा थोड़ी देर पहले ग्रुप पे, वो पढ़ा था क्या आपने?
Yes, sir. Issued through private placement.
So you're telling it or you're asking me?
I'm telling it, sir.
Hmm.
Issued through private placement.
Okay. And how are treasury bills issued?
Treasury bill are issued through auction process, Dutch auction process.
Huh?
Treasury bill are issued through process. Treasury bill are issued through auction process. What is Dutch auction?
Okay. Can you explain me that auction process?
Auction process. There are participants in auction: competitive bidder and non-competitive bidder. Competitive bidder in which allocating to the lowest bidder, and non-competitive bidder is allocated to competitive bidder. For example, competitive bidder in government auction, and non-competitive bidder is just for example Rolex watch auction.
Sorry, you say it again.
Uh, Sir, can I explain in Hindi?
No, you should not even ask that.
Okay, sir. Sorry, sir. Competitive bidder example is government contract, government bond, and non-competitive bidder example is
No,
Rolex.
no, 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 no. What are you saying?
Sir, example. Simply in
Well, wait
competitive
one
bidder
second.
means
Competitive bidders go bid for the prizes.
bid for the prices. They are executed on treasury bill.
They are executed on treasury bill. क्या क्या बोल क्या रहे हो? क्या execute करते treasury bill के ऊपर?
Sir,
Wait 1 minute.
competitive.
Yeah. In treasury bills are issued through auction process. There are two types of participants in the auction: competitive bidders and non-competitive bidders. Competitive bidders bid for the yield price. मतलब इसमें क्या डिफिकल्ट है मुझे समझ में नहीं आ रहा है.
सर
इतना इतना घुमा फिरा के पता नहीं क्या क्या बोल रहे हो. What are perpetual bonds?
perpetual bond perpetual bond is a type of issuer of corporate perpetual bond without this bond pays coupon forever. Perpetual bond have clauses of early repayment, putable clauses when issuer fallback security and repay money. In putable clause where investor can surrender security to issuer and receive money.
And what are junk bonds?
Junk bond is the bond is an organization. The bond is used to low credit rate organization that has the bond has organization. The bond is organization has.
What are junk bonds? आप मुझे समझ में नहीं आ रहा है क्या कह रहे हो.
Okay, sir.
What are junk bonds?
The higher rate, higher risks, and higher rate means the bond is used to those party is risk is high and pays higher interest.
Okay.
The bond is paid an organization to credit rating is low. The bond is paid an organization to credit rating is low.
What is interest? What is relationship between interest and yield?
Interest and yield direct relationship.
Okay. What happens to bond price when interest rates go down in the market?
Bond price goes down.
What happens to interest rates? What happens to interest rates? Oh, sorry. What happens to bond price when interest rates go down?
Sir, means interest rate goes down. What happens with bond price?
Yes, when interest rate goes down.
Bond price up.
Okay, why? Why bond price go up?
Because they are inversely proportional to interest
rate. Why they are inversely proportionate? They are inversely proportionate. That is okay, but why they are inversely proportionate? Hold.
Okay.
Okay. What do you mean by securitization?
Securitization is a process of converting a liquid asset into security.
Okay. Which securities are converted? If they are converted to which securities?
Superprovisionals vehicle.
What are you saying?
SPV.
I'm asking you,
Security.
illiquid assets are converted to which securities? Which securities do we get out of securitization?
Asset.
What asset? You are saying securitization is a process of converting illiquid assets into securities, and now you are saying assets. थोड़ा सोच के बोलो ना यार.
Liquid asset.
फिर asset कह रहे हो. What are the different ways of calculating accrued interest?
What's that?
What are the different ways of calculating accrued interest? What are different day count convention?
Day count convention. Day count convention. 30 by 360 is equals to 7. Day count convention 30 by 360 is used to as it assumes number of days in each month and number of days in year, number of days in each year. Second 30 by 365 it assumes number of days in each year and each year and every year has 365 days. Every year has 365 days. Third actual upon 360 it assumes actual number of days in every month and it and every year has 360 days. Fourth 30 upon actual upon 365 it assumes the actual number of days in each month and it assumes and every year has 365 days. Fifth actual upon actual is equals to it is an actual number of days in each month and actual number of days in every year.
Okay. What do you understand by non-deliverable forward?
Non-deliverable forward is a forward contract on currency which cannot be freely exchanged between two non-domestic counterparties.
Sorry, non-deliverable forward is a?
Non-deliverable forward is a forward contract on currency which cannot be freely exchanged between two non-domestic counterparties.
Okay. Between two non-domestic counterparties.
And NDF is settled in cash.
Okay.
NDF settlement process in fixing.
What happens in fixing?
In fixing.
What is the process of NDF?
So process
what happens in fixing?
Forward currency goes goes flat and profit and loss.
What do you mean by currency goes flat?
Currency goes flat means buy dollar 1,000, selling rupees 70,000.
Okay. Can you give me an example? What do we mean by currency goes flat?
Sir, example of gold, buy gold 10 gram.
गोल्ड का एग्जांपल आएगा ही नहीं. Don't give that example here. I had explained that example for your understanding, nothing else.
Okay.
That is not the example of FX. ठीक है, संभाल के.
Buy dollar in 1000 now. Then after 2 months, value is increases of dollar. Then hello sir.
I am listening. क्या बोल रहे हो आप? I'm listening.
Buy dollar 1000 now. Buy dollar 1000. Then sell it in after 2 months. 2 months. The dollar of
क्या आप बोल रहे हो आप? आपको खुद को नहीं समझ में आ रहा है आप क्या बोल रहे हो? क्यों टाइम पास कर रहे हो? अगर प्रिपरेशन नहीं किया है तो What do you mean by हाँ? क्या?
कृष्णा सर कंटिन्यू क्या पूछ रहे?
What do you mean by equity swap?
Equity swap.
1 second, hold. Yeah, what do you mean by equity swap?
To exchange return on between two assets. To exchange return on between two assets. Equity swap is also called asset swap.
क्या?
Equity
swap is also called asset swap. ये तो मैंने नहीं पढ़ाया था. ये कब हो गया? What do you mean by credit default swap?
Credit default swap. Transfer credit exposure. Credit default swap is a transfer credit exposure.
Transfer of credit exposure
of fixed interest security.
What is interest rate swap?
Interest rate swap to exchange. Interest rate swap.
Example.
Company A has rating A and company B has rating B. Fixed rate gives company A to 10% and floating rate gives to company B LIBOR plus LIBOR plus 5.
पता है आपको क्या बोल रहे हो आप? पता है
सर कंपनी A pays floating rate of companies B and company B pays fixed rate of company A. Both the
Okay, you can
parties
go.
are interested in.
You can go. Hello.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
Yeah. Where did you went? Hello.
Hello, sir.
Hi. Tell me, what are the important pillars of financial system?
Financial market, financial participants, financial products, and financial regulators and
Financial market, financial
participants,
products, financial participants, and financial.
regulators and services.
Okay. So how many markets are there in financial markets?
Two, money market and capital market.
Okay. How many markets are there in capital markets?
On which?
How many markets are there in capital markets?
Two, primary and secondary market.
What is the difference between both of them?
Primary market is the market where issuer is issuing the share, security and investor is purchasing. And in the secondary market, there is a trading between investor and investor.
Okay.
Yes.
What are objectives of secondary market?
Price discovery, liquidity, and reduction in transaction cost and transaction risk.
What is difference between order-driven market and code-driven market?
Order-driven market is a transparent one. There is and it is a fast, and there is no transaction is fast, but guarantee is less. In code-driven market, in the code-driven market, the market makers are making bidding the price and asking both the price are given by the market makers, and code-driven market is there is a guarantee of transaction, It is not transparent. It is traded on OTC platform, and whereas order driven market is traded on stock exchange.
Okay. What do you mean by direct finance and indirect finance?
Direct finance is where the investor directly invests in a security, but in indirect finance, there is the intermediary like mutual funds, hedge funds. The money is taken from the investor, and that mutual fund or the firm will invest in it. And the securities were held by that intermediary. And in the direct market, the securities is with investors.
Okay. Can you name some participants?
Participants are HNI, retail investor, depository, retail bank, investment bank,
Okay.
insurance companies, government.
Okay. And what do you mean by custodian?
Custodian is the safeguard, is an institution which safeguard for the client assets. Safeguard for client assets.
Okay. And what are depositories?
Depository is a financial institute which carries the securities in electronic form.
Okay. And who are repositories?
Repository is the financial institute which carries the data in electronic form.
Not carry, they hold.
Yeah.
Okay. And what is the difference between broker and dealer?
Broker is broker deals behalf is a financial institute who deals behalf of his client, and dealer the institute who deals behalf of himself.
Okay. And what are the financial products?
Financial products are equity, cash equity, fixed income, money market, derivatives, and, foreign.
What are the fundamental rights of an ordinary shareholder?
Fundamental rights are the voting rights. It gets dividend, and he holds. He's a is a small means equity holder. Voting right. Voting rights.
Voting right. And right to vote.
Right. Voting right, right to vote, and
voting right and right to vote एक ही हुआ ना?
And it gets dividend, and
okay, they get dividend,
but it's not compulsory. It's on the board. And but recall.
And
I know, but sir, I am not unable to recall right now.
Okay. What is difference between ordinary shares and preference shares?
Ordinary shares is also called as common stocks, and preference shares have does not have voting rights. It gets in terms of dividend. Means, the first dividend is the dividend is fixed in the preference shares. In ordinary shares, there is no necessity of giving compulsory dividend. It's
okay.
And preferential shares do not have rights, voting rights.
Okay. Can you tell me what are ADR?
ADR is the American Depository Receipt, which is issued by American Depository. and it is of two types: sponsored area and unsponsored area. In sponsor area, there are three levels: level 1, level 2, level 3. And in level 1 is the security is traded on OTC market. Level 1 we need only minimum compliance. In level 2 we need moderate compliance, and that can be traded in stock exchange. And in level 3, the compliance is a full company needs to fulfill the complete compliance, and he can raise money through this, and it can be traded in a stock exchange.
Okay. What about unsponsored?
What's your voice is bad.
Unsponsored area.
The unsponsored areas are the one in which that is done to absorb the market demand and supply. To absorb, it's not there is no voting rights in unsponsored areas. It is not, and it is traded OTC. It is traded on OTC market. And the company also not gets any capital raise.
Company
not getting any money, capital raise.
Okay.
Unsponsored. It's just absorption of the market demand and supply, for excess demand is absorbed through this unsponsored areas.
Okay.
What's it?
Cumulative preference share.
If any dividend is not paid in any year, then that dividend is accumulated and it will be given in the next year along with that year dividend.
Okay. And what do you mean participating preference share?
The participating preference has a right to participate in a surplus profit surplus profit dividend of ordinary shareholders.
They have a right to participate in the surplus profit given to ordinary shares.
Yeah, means they have a right to participate in the dividend given to the ordinary shareholders.
And that dividend should be more than the preference dividend.
Yes. Ordinary share, if the ordinary shareholders dividend is more than the preference shares dividend, then he can participate in that excess dividend.
Okay. What are the different money market products?
Money market products.
What are the different money market products?
Okay. First is commercial papers, T-bills, repos, interbank lending, and one is cash.
Certificate of deposit. Okay. How are commercial papers issued?
Commercial papers are issued through private placements.
Okay. And how are treasury bills issued?
Treasury bills are issued by government through.
I am asking you how. Office. आपने बोला who?
Yes, it's issued at discounted price.
I'm asking you how are they issued? What is the process of issuing? They are issued through auction.
Yeah, issued through
auction bhai.
yeah, auction, Dutch auction, sir. Sorry. Yeah.
What is the auction process?
Dutch auction.
What is the auction process?
There are competitive bidders and non-competitive bidders. And non-competitive bidders are mostly the retail investor. In competitive bidders, the auction is going on, and the minimum price will be selected in a Dutch auction.
Minimum price would be selected, or they will start allocating from lowest to highest?
The highest to lowest price.
Highest to lowest, or lowest to highest?
Highest to lowest.
Highest to lowest what? Price or yield?
Price. Price.
Okay, how different? How is what?
No, sir. Highest to low is the yield, and lowest to highest is the price.
No, incorrect. उल्टा बोला आपने.
What, sir?
उल्टा बोला आपने उल्टा.
मतलब
lowest to highest is yield, highest to lowest is price.
Highest to lowest is price. Yeah.
Okay. What do you mean by interbank lending?
Interbank lending is a short-term lending between two banks.
Interbank lending is a short-term lending between two banks.
Yeah, short-term lending of lending and borrowing for money between two banks.
Okay. What are different types of interbank lendings?
Call money, notice money, overnight money, and term money.
Okay. What is the difference between term money and notice money?
The notice money is in a period of 2 to 14 days, and the term money is it is a fixed date. It's more than 14 days, but it is a period of fixed. It is fixed earlier at the time of contract.
Okay. What do you mean by junk bonds?
The junk bond is issued by the low credit institutions, which giving a higher interest and high interest and high risk is there in that junk bond.
Okay. And what do you mean by perpetual bond?
Perpetual bond has no maturity. And it has two clauses: callable clause and puttable clause.
Okay.
And,
what is callable clause?
Callable clause is done by the issuer. Means by using that he can purchase his bond return. He can take his bond return from investor. And puttable clause, the investor can surrender his bond to the issuer.
Okay. आपको मनी मार्केट ठीक से करना है अच्छे से, ठीक है. मनी मार्केट में आप बहुत सारी गलती की है आप, ठीक है. मनी मार्केट आपको बहुत अच्छे से करना है, मैं बता रहा हूँ. आपका बहुत कंसेप्ट वीक है उसमें. Yeah, tell me, what is the relationship between interest rate and yield?
Interest rate and yield.
Yes, what is the relationship?
It's directly proportional.
Okay.
Means if interest rate goes up, then the yield is also going.
Okay.
And
if interest rate goes up,
interest rate is independent, and yield is dependent on the interest rate.
Yield is dependent on interest rate.
Yeah, means the interest rate is independent. It's not depending on yield is different because yield is calculated on market value, and interest rate is it's not. It's calculated on face.
Okay. Tell me what happens to bond price when interest rates in the market go down?
Bond prices increases.
Why? Why does that happen?
Because if the bond, if the interest goes, what's your question is up, na? Interest goes
What
up.
happens to bond
Right.
price?
If interest rate goes down, na?
What happens to bond price when interest rate? Just hold on a second.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm saying what happens to bond price when interest rates in the market go down?
Okay. When the interest rate goes down, the every
When interest rate goes down, bond price
increases.
Why bond price increases?
Can I explain it with the help of example?
Yes.
Yeah. If I considering if I considering any firm which is giving uh, bond, if the market if the interest goes down, then the demand for the is decreases. So
Okay.
the market for that bond is decreases. So the market price will goes up.
If demand decrease, market price will go up.
For that bond means because the interest rate is decreasing.
And if interest rate is decreasing, demand should go up, right?
But for the if the in the point of view of investment,
let's say you are holding TCS. TCS
yeah.
is giving 8%,
Yes.
and interest in the market goes down to 7%. So
Yeah.
demand of TCS will increase, na?
Yes. For the TCS.
So why, you are saying demand will decrease?
Actually, yes, increases.
What are different day count conventions?
Convention, yeah. That is 30 by 360, 30 by 365, actual upon 360, actual upon 365, and actual upon actual. That is
Okay. What is dirty price?
Dirty price is the clean price plus accrued interest.
Okay. What do you mean by securitization?
Securitization is the process in which illiquid assets are converted into a security.
Okay. Which securities do we get after converting illiquid assets? What are the names of that security? What are the securities which we get after securitization?
Bonds or debentures.
Huh?
Bonds.
No. When we convert illiquid assets into securities, which securities do we get? Which securities are formed?
Means I'm not getting that what security means in terms.
So when you convert illiquid asset, you convert it into which security? What is the name of that security?
It is a bond. Bond. It is
no.
not.
They are converted into NBS and ABS.
Yeah. Okay.
तो सब मैं बताऊं तो फिर जीवन में सब यही करूँ ना मैं भी. इतना सिंपल है और ऊपर से you are telling me कि I am not getting the question. Okay, tell me what do you mean by NDF?
NDF is the
NDF is चलो ठीक है, full form छोड़ो. Explain me the concept. Full form I will tell you. It is non-deliverable forward.
Actually, in this, there is a contract between two counterparties, where is one currency is not deliverable and one is deliverable, and it is a forward contract. And,
okay, the forward contract.
And in which we get the return in a cash, that is in a deliverable currency.
Okay, how is profit calculated? How is profit and loss calculated?
If in a contract, there's the difference between the actual.
Take an example.
Yeah. If I'm saying I am purchasing 1 USD in a 72 rupees right now, and in future it will it will go that 1 rupees is equal to 76. That
1 USD is equal to 76.
And then I am selling that 1 USD in 76 rupees. The difference between that 74 and 76, that is 2 rupees, I am getting in cash in a
no, wrong. Profit and loss is not calculated in non-deliverable currency. Rupees is non-deliverable currency.
So we have to take means I have to explain the example in a sense.
Okay, I'll give you one example. You bought $100 for 72.
Yeah.
And you did not mention one term called as fixing.
Fixing, yes. Fixing.
So suppose you bought $1 for 72. Fixing rate is 76.
Yes.
Tell me what is the profit. And dollar quantity is $100.
And fixing rate is 76. And I bought it in the 72.
Yeah. Yes.
72. It's a loss.
It's a profit. So you got $100. I told you. No. Now it's gone. Now it's gone. You gave the answer. So for your understanding, I'm explaining once again. You got $100 for 72. So how much rupees did you pay? 7,200.
Yes.
Non-deliverable currency goes flat.
Yes.
So you will purchase 7,200 rupees only.
Yeah.
So when the price of currency goes up, you will have to sell less dollar to purchase 7,200. Remember that gold example?
Yes.
7,200 divided by 76 करके देखो.
Yes. Yes.
7,200 divided by 76 कितना आया?
Nine to 1.
मैंने आपको बोला 7,200 डिवाइडेड बाय 76 करो. मतलब अभी भी आप नहीं सुन रहे हो.
94.73.
मतलब आपने $100 बाय किया था, बट सेल कितना किया? 94 पॉइंट.
Yes.
So that is remaining is a profit, $6.
Yes. Yes, $6 is a profit. Yes.
Profit and loss is calculated in deliverable currency.
Yes.
What do you mean by equity swap?
In equity swap, it is a contract between two counterparties where the two parties are exactly opposite in view. The equity swap buyer is thinking like the price of equity will goes up, and another party is against that. So the equity buyer will give fixed percentage plus any depreciation in the equity price, and receives the the increased price in a equity from another party.
And what do you mean by credit default swap?
The credit default swap is it's like insurance for an investor who is investing in any firm, and if he thinks that that will default his payment, so he taking insurance from another party by paying just a premium.
Okay. What are the different types of premium?
Fixed premium and variable lump sum and variable.
Okay. And what are the different settlement methods of CDS?
Physical one and the cash.
Okay. What is the difference between physical and cash?
In physical one, that security is given to that CDS seller, and in a cash one, the only is like betting. If the price, if he defaults, then he will give the money that is already fixed in the contract.
Sorry, repeat.
For cash, if cash one is cash one is like betting. It's just if the company is defaulting, then the money will given by it's a contract between two parties, where if third party is defaulting the payment, then he will give the money to that premium that CDS holder. That is already fixed earlier in the contract.
नहीं समझ रहा. You are not able to explain.
Can I explain it in Hindi?
No.
Sir, if a company, just give me 1 minute, just 10 seconds.
I will make your life easy. Imagine Reliance has invested in Yes Bank security.
Yeah.
Who is Reliance over here? CDS buyer or CDS seller?
CDS buyer.
Okay. And who is Yes Bank?
Yes Bank is not nothing. He's not CDS. He's just an issuer of a security to the Reliance.
I'm saying who is Yes Bank? Reference entity.
Yeah.
याद आ रहा है?
Yes, reference.
पढ़ाई करोगे तो याद आएगा ना? Reliance goes to Deutsche Bank.
Deutsche Bank.
ठीक है? Now tell me, Reliance is actually holding the bond. इससे बड़ा hint नहीं दे सकता हूँ मैं. Reliance is actually holding the bond of Yes Bank.
Yes.
How will physical settlement happen?
The bond will, if the Yes Bank defaults, the bond will given to the Deutsche Bank.
Okay.
That is a physical settlement.
Okay.
And in
ठीक है. Leave. I got your point. You are having a put option.
Yes.
The current price is 2492. लिख लो बली.
Just hold on. 2492. Yes.
Strike price is 2492. Strike price is 2492. You are having a put option. You are a long put holder.
Your current price is also 2492 and
no. Forget about current price. Strike price is 2492.
Yes.
Current price को cut कर दो. Strike price is 2492.
Yes.
You are a long put holder.
Yeah.
Premium is 10 rupees.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes. returns in.
Yes, premium is 10 rupees. ठीक है? And the price as on expiry date is 2505.
2505, yeah.
Yes. Tell me, what is the profit or loss?
It is a loss.
How much?
Just hold on. Maybe only 10 rupees. 3 rupees.
3 rupees?
No, sir, 13 rupees.
13 rupees is the loss?
Just few minutes, 1 minute, 5.
हाँ, ठीक है, take 1 more minute. What is P&L? If it is profit, how much? If it is loss, how much?
Uh, 23 is the loss.
23?
Yes.
How? Can you explain?
Yes. Actually, he's in a put option. So price goes up, then the loss starts. Okay. That is, if we simply calculate the market on expiry 2505 is the rate, and the strike price is 2490. If I minus that, then I will get 13 rupees is the loss.
Okay.
I have already paid a premium of 10 rupees. Then that is
so you are a long put holder.
Yeah.
You have a right.
Yes.
You are a long put holder. You have a right to sell.
Yes.
So market में 2505 हो गया और आपका strike price है 2492. So would you like to sell in option or you would like to sell in market?
In market. Because in
long put holder का maximum loss क्या होता है?
Premium.
So how can loss be 23? How can loss be 23? अगर उसका maximum loss ही premium हो सकता है.
Yeah. हाँ, तो 10 आएगा.
अभी सब मैं बताऊंगा तो फिर जीवन में
थोड़ा कंफ्यूजन हो रहा है. मतलब
कंफ्यूजन नहीं, पढ़ाई नहीं किया है, सीधी सी बात है. कंफ्यूजन अभी मैंने बताया, आपको क्यों समझा?
सर मतलब समझा है, पर अभी एक्सप्लेन करने में थोड़ा
नहीं. देखो प्रतीक, आप मानो चीज को. एक चीज होता है समझना, एक चीज होता है पढ़ के बिठाना. समझ लिया है आपने?
हाँ, सिर्फ प्रैक्टिस मतलब कम की है. आई एक्सेप्ट दैट. मतलब प्रैक्टिस और मतलब जो भी वर्ड मतलब भूल रहे हैं वर्ड्स, मतलब जो टर्म्स हैं.
ठीक है, गो सेंड रघुनाथ.
थैंक यू.
हेलो.
हेलो सर.
हाँ
सर, आवाज आ रही?
हाँ. यस.
1 सेकंड क्यों हो गया?
यू आर
सर, रघुनाथ येवले.
ठीक है। वो जो येवले चाय वाला है वो कोई कौन लगता है आपका?
कोई नहीं सर।
गांव वाला है क्या?
क्या बोला सर?
एक ही गांव का है क्या वो?
नहीं नहीं सर, वो अलग है
ओके।
सर। यूज
बहुत
कर
लोगों ने पूछा होगा आपको।
क्या सर?
बहुत लोगों ने ये पूछा होगा।
हाँ क्या?
बहुत लोगों ने पूछा होगा ना ये।
चाय का क्या सर?
हाँ।
हाँ सर, बहुत लोग पूछते हैं।
अरे फिर लेने का ना मार्केट से पैसा, बोलने का हाँ काका है मुझे।
बोलता हूँ सर, मेरे ही नाम का है, वो मैं ही चलाता हूँ।
हम्म।
जो मतलब फ्रेंड्स को बताता रहता हूँ सर, मेरे नाम की फ्रेंचाइजी है, पैसे लेता नहीं, आते मेरे अकाउंट में।
हाँ।
सर आपका वीडियो नहीं दिख रहा सर।
नहीं नहीं, मैं नहीं चालू करता हूँ वीडियो। ओके, टेल मी व्हाट आर द इम्पोर्टेंट पिलर्स ऑफ फाइनेंशियल सिस्टम?
व्हाट इज सर?
व्हाट आर द इम्पोर्टेंट पिलर्स ऑफ फाइनेंशियल सिस्टम? कहाँ देख रहे हो? हेलो। हेलो, कैन यू हियर मी?
सॉरी सर, वो नेट चला गया था।
हाँ हाँ हाँ, टेल मी व्हाट आर द इम्पोर्टेंट पिलर्स ऑफ फाइनेंशियल सिस्टम?
Sir, there is four main pillars based on financial system: financial market, financial participants, financial product, and financial regulators and services.
Okay, what are different types of financial markets?
Financial market. What are the? क्या सर आप मुझे क्वेश्चन समझ में?
What are different financial markets within financial markets? What are different types of financial markets?
Types. Sir, based on equity, money market products, fixed income
I'm asking
securities.
you what are different types of financial markets? There are
It's
four pillars: financial market, product, participant, and services. So within financial market, what are different financial markets?
क्वेश्चन समझ में नहीं आ रहा।
Capital market and money market.
अच्छा, ओके ओके सर, देयर आर टू
हाँ,
टाइप्स ऑफ
आई एम आस्किंग क्वेश्चन, क्या समझ में नहीं आ रहा है? मैं आपको पूछ रहा हूँ व्हाट आर डिफरेंट मार्केट्स विद इन फाइनेंशियल मार्केट्स?
there are two types of markets, sir: capital market and money market. Capital market is a very long term market, and money market is a short term market.
ओके, एंड what are different markets within capital market?
So in capital market, there are two types: primary market and secondary market.
Okay, what is difference between primary market and secondary market?
Sir, in a primary market where securities are, company can issue their shares in primary market, and investor can invest money for raising
Sorry,
their
sorry.
capital. In a primary market, sir, a company can issue their securities, and in secondary market, the security are issued in primary market are traded in secondary market.
Secondary market. Okay. What are different types of participants?
Participants are commercial banking, sir, retail banking, hedge funds, government securities, and trust.
I am asking you different types of participants and you are telling me government securities. अबे कौन सा नशा करते हो यार तुम, मेरे को बताओ. How can
Sir.
government securities be participants? सोच के बोलो ना थोड़ा.
Sir,
आप
Sir,
इंट्रोडक्शन टू फाइनेंशियल सिस्टम चैप्टर में ऐसी गलती करोगे.
सर मैं थोड़ा नर्वस हूँ, फर्स्ट टाइम दे रहा हूँ सर इंटरव्यू, उसके वजह
अरे
से.
भाई तो फिर ये असली इंटरव्यू है कि मॉक इंटरव्यू है?
सर मॉक इंटरव्यू.
तो फिर इतना क्या नर्वस होना. और दूसरी चीज, अगर आपने पढ़ाई किया तो फिर नर्वसनेस क्यों है?
सर पढ़ाई की है सर, ऐसा कुछ नहीं, पर क्वेश्चन समझने में थोड़ा और एग्जैक्ट याद नहीं आ रहा सर, ऐसा होता है.
मैं कितना सिंपल बोल रहा हूँ.
सर फाइनेंशियल मार्केट में फाइनेंशियल पार्टिसिपेंट्स, फाइनेंशियल
Participants are who are participants? Those who take part in markets. फर्स्ट आप बोल रहे हो ट्रस्ट जैसा पार्टिसिपेंट, फिर थोड़ी देर बाद बोल रहे हो गवर्नमेंट सिक्योरिटी. ट्रस्ट तो पार्टिसिपेट करेगा, गवर्नमेंट सिक्योरिटीज कैसे पार्टिसिपेट करेगी?
गवर्नमेंट सिक्योरिटीज, कमर्शियल बैंकिंग, रिटेल बैंकिंग एंड ट्रस्ट, custodian, depository, mutual fund, hedge funds, insurance companies, etc. sir.
What are custodians?
Custodians is an institution who safeguards the client's assets. For example, Dutch Bank custodian securities.
Okay. And what are depositories?
Depositories are depository is an institution who holds the securities in electronic form, traded on a stock exchange, electronically held by depositories.
Okay. What is difference between order driven market and code driven market?
Order driven market is that type of market mechanism where securities are traded on stock exchange.
Very good.
Participants in this market are investor and traders.
Good.
Order driven market is a more transparent market. Entire order book is visible for participants.
Very good.
Order execution and matching speed is higher in order driven market, but guarantee order speed, order execution and guarantee is low in order driven market.
Okay.
In
what is difference between indirect finance and direct finance?
In indirect finance, there is no intermediate between investor and borrower. And in other hand, the indirect finance, there is an intermediate between lenders and borrower.
Okay.
सर उसको और
What do you mean by ADR?
ADR?
Yes, what do you mean by ADR, American Depository Receipt?
ADR is issued by American Depository, and they are traded on exchange. ADRs is issued by the American Depository.
Okay. Or how many different types of ADR are there?
There are two types of ADRs: sponsors ADR and unsponsored ADR. Sponsors ADR are issued through American Depository, and issuer willing to issue their securities in American market, and American market.
Sponsor ADR are issuer is willing to issue. Then
सर उसके बाद इशू होने के बाद
you are supposed to talk in English.
yes sir, I'm trying but I'm little nervous.
So sponsor ADR is issuer is willing to issue.
Yes,
Then
sir.
issuer complies. Then issuer complies with Security Exchange Commission.
And
then
issuer bears all insurance cost.
Very good.
The foreign local depository transfer share to
local depository transfer shares to foreign depository.
Foreign deposit.
And what are unsponsored ADR?
Unsponsored ADR are that type of ADR where the ADRs issued by the American Depository without knowledge and information about the issuing company. They are ADRs are not carry they not carry voting rights. They are traded on OTC platform.
Okay, how are commercial papers issued?
Issued through private placements, sir. Private parties subscribe securities in privately.
And how are treasury bills issued?
Yes, sir.
How are treasury bills issued? T-bills.
T-bills issued, it's a negotiable instrument issued through government, issued by government, and
how are they issued? How?
Sir, the auction process, through auction process. Commercial T-bills are issued through auction process called as Dutch auction.
Okay. And are all the money market products traded on stock exchange?
No, sir. They are traded on OTC platform.
I am asking you, are all the money market products traded on stock exchange?
All money market products are not traded on, sir. They are traded on OTC, so they are not traded on stock exchange, sir.
I mean, chalo, theek hai. Are all the money market products traded? Forget about.
Yes.
Are all. So you are saying interbank lending is also traded?
No, interbank lending between two banks, sir.
I am asking you, are all the money market products traded? Can interbank lending be traded, or it is just an arrangement?
It's just an arrangement between two.
So can we trade interbank lending?
So no, sir. This is not trade. Sorry, sir.
What is securitization?
It is a process to convert illiquid assets into securities.
Okay. And which securities do we get out of securitization?
Sir,
What securities are created out of securitization process? What is accrued interest?
Accrued interest is principal amount plus interest received in partly. The coupon will be received in partly and calculated on.
What is accrued interest?
They are calculated on day convention counts, actual days divided by the actual days.
Accrued interest is interest earned but not yet received.
Definition याद नहीं सर.
What are different ways of calculating accrued interest?
There are 5 types of ways of calculating accrued interest. 30 days divided by 360 days, 30 divided by 365 days, and actual days divided by 360 days, and actual days of 365 days, and actual days in month divided by actual days in year.
What is Eurobond?
Eurobond. Bond issued by issuer in foreign country, denominated in their local currency of that foreign currency. For example, Reliance Industry issued
local
bonds
currency of that foreign currency.
Nice, local currency in that local currency.
No.
Sir, bonds are issued by issuer in foreign currency.
Bonds are issued in foreign country in the currency other than the local currency of foreign country.
Yes, sir. Other than the local currency. Okay, sir. Eurobond. For example, sir, Reliance Industry issued bond in USA in pounds.
What is NDF?
Non-derivable forward contracts.
Non-deliverable forward.
Non-derivable forward contract is a contract on is a forward contract on currency. It is not freely exchanged between two domestic counterparties. This forward delivered contract is settled in cash. The settlement process called as fixing.
How is profit calculated?
Yes, sir.
How is P&L calculated in NDF?
Sir, calculated when in fixing the non-derivable currency goes flat and profit and loss calculated on derivable currency.
Derivable नहीं होता भाई, deliverable होता है.
सर derivable सर वो pronunciation थोड़ा deliverable currencies.
How is P&L calculated? बताओ ना.
Profit and loss ही ना सर उसपे.
Yes. How is profit and loss calculated in NDF?
The profit and loss calculated on deliverable currency.
How it is calculated? How? Explain me the process.
Yes, sir.
Explain me the process of calculating P&L.
process. Sir, for example, we buy $100, buying $100 and selling 7,600 rupees. When bond price goes up and sorry sir, when the dollar price goes up, so Indian rupees goes down. So it means the $100 is equals to 77,000 rupees.
But profit and loss is not calculated in INR.
Profit and loss, sir, for example,
Okay, leave it. What is equity swap?
the exchange cash flow between two counterparties, and one leg is based on return on equity and other leg based on interest rates.
One leg is based on
Return on equity and other leg is based on
okay. Can you give
interest
one
rates.
example? Can you give an example?
Sir, sample to equity. For example,
What do you mean by credit default swap?
credit default swap, sir, the cash flow exchange between two counterparties. One counterparties pay as a premium to CD sellers as a collateral against the refers entity, and whenever the refers entity default the payment, the CD sellers pay the remaining pay the amount like insurance, sir.
Okay. What are the different methods of CDS settlement?
CDS settlements are physical and cash settlement. There are two types: physical settlement and cash settlement.
ठीक है, you can go. You have to study hard. इतना ही बोल सकता हूँ मैं.
Okay, sir. सर कुछ सजेशन सर प्लीज बताइए दीजिए.
हाँ, study hard. That's it. वही बोल रहा हूँ मैं.
सर कन्वर्सेशन के लिए प्रोनाउन मतलब कैसा सर मैं
You have to
conversation-
work hard. You have to work hard. You don't, your understanding is not clear, your articulation is not clear. और वो सब चीजें आपको खुद को ही करनी पड़ेगी. ठीक है? I have done my part. Now rest is your story.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
You will have to practice again and again. You have to read again and again. You will have to practice how to answer in an interview. You will have to practice how to say, how much to say, what examples to give. Here you are not able to frame an example on the spot. So please work hard. If you are very serious about the job, please work hard.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
I cannot see you.
And now,
Huh.
okay.
Tell me, what are the important pillars? What are the important pillars of financial system?
Okay, so there are four types of pillar of financial system. That is financial market, financial product, financial participants, and the financial service and regulation.
Okay. Can you please tell me more about financial markets?
Financial market is a market where people and organization buying and selling of securities at a low transaction cost.
How many markets are there in financial markets?
There is two types of market, that is capital market and money market.
Very good. How many markets are there in capital market?
In a capital market, there is also two types of market, that is primary market and secondary market.
What is difference between both of these markets?
Primary market is a market where a newly issued securities are traded. It is also called a new issue market. And the secondary market, in a secondary market, there is already existing securities are traded. And this
Already
this is
issued
all.
securities.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can you give one example of secondary market?
Example of secondary market is a share.
Is what?
Share, sir. Stock exchange, stock market.
Okay. What are examples of stock market, stock exchanges?
Uh, the equity shares.
Bombay Stock Exchange, bhai. Bombay Stock Exchange.
Okay, sorry, sir.
Can you name some financial participants?
Sorry, sir.
Can you name some financial participants?
Okay, financial participants include retail banks, insurance company, corporates, mutual funds, and
Okay.
trust,
Yeah, tell me,
government.
what do you mean by custodian?
Custodian is a financial instrument who safeguard the
Custodian is a financial instrument.
uh,
Custodian is a financial institution or it's a financial instrument?
sorry, sir. It's an institution. Custodian is a financial institution who safeguard the asset of the clients.
And who are depositories?
Depository is a institution who hold the security in the form of electronic.
Okay. And who are repositories?
A repository is also a financial institution who hold the information in the form of electronic data and information.
Okay. Now tell me, what do you understand by order-driven market and code-driven market?
Okay. Order-driven market is a market mechanism which is traded on exchange, and the participants in order-driven market is investor and trader, and it is a less transparent. There is a less transparency. Sorry. It is a more transparent, and it follows certain rules. And in a code-driven market, it is traded on OTC, and the participants in code-driven market is market maker, and there is a less transparency in code-driven market.
Okay. What about liquidity?
Liquidity means the liquid.
What in which market liquidity is high?
Liquidity is high in order-driven market and less in core-driven market.
Okay. What do you mean by ADR?
ADR stands for American Depository Receipt. It is issued by Depository of America, and it can be listed on a US market like American Stock Exchange, New York Stock Exchange, and it is of two types, that is sponsored ADR and unsponsored ADR.
Both of them.
Sorry.
What is difference between both of them, sponsored and unsponsored?
Okay. Sponsored ADR is one which is issued in collaboration with the foreign country, and unsponsored ADR is issued without the knowledge and information of company.
Okay. What इतना तो नहीं है स्पॉन्सर एडीआर के लिए. There is lot more related to sponsored ADR.
And sponsored ADR is sorry sir, I forgot.
How many levels are there in sponsored ADR?
There is 3 level in sponsored ADR. The level 1, level 2, level 3. Level compliance with SE, and it can be it is traded on OTC market, and it cannot be used to raise fund. And in level 2, there is a moderate compliance with SE, and it is traded on exchange. And
Market compliance with SE. SE क्या होता है?
Sorry sir, SEC.
Okay.
And it cannot be used to raise fund. And in a level 3, there is a minimum compliance with SEC, and it is also traded on exchange, and it can be used to raise fund.
तो किसमें minimum compliance है? Level 3.
Level 1 में sir.
Okay. Level 1 can be used to raise funds?
No sir.
Okay. Which level can be used to raise fund?
Level 3.
Okay. It has maximum compliance or minimum compliance?
Maximum compliance.
Okay. What are fundamental rights of ordinary shareholders?
They have a voting right.
Okay. And what are the objectives?
Yes sir.
What are the objectives of secondary market?
Objective of secondary market is a price discrimination, liquidity,
discrimination or discovery?
Price discovery. Sorry. Price discovery, liquidity, and cost to reduction.
What is difference between ordinary and preference shares?
So ordinary share is a most common type of share. They have a voting right, and it is also a part owner of the company. And in the preference shareholder are the shareholder. They get preference in terms of dividend payment and repayment at the time of liquidation. And preference shareholder is not a owner of the company. They don't have a right. And preference shareholder get dividend before dividend paid to equity shareholder.
Okay. Are preference shares listed?
No, sir.
Okay. What are the different money market products?
Money market products are cash equity, money market, foreign exchange, fixed income securities, and derivatives.
Derivatives?
Yes, sir.
Huh?
Yes, sir.
How
Derivative.
derivatives can be money market products? I
Sir,
asked you what are the different money market products. I asked you different money market products.
yes, sir.
Huh?
Sorry, sir, I didn't remember.
Commercial papers, certificate of deposit.
Yes, sir, sorry. Certificate of deposit, commercial paper, treasury bill, and repurchase agreement, and interbank lending.
Okay. How many types of interbank lendings are there?
There are 4 types of interbank lending, including call money and an overnight money, term money, and notice money. That's all, sir.
How are commercial papers issued?
Commercial paper issued at discount and redeemed at par.
How are they issued? I'm asking you. You said in what style they are issued.
Sir, commercial paper are issued by bank.
No. How are they issued? You are telling me who issues.
Sorry, sir.
How are treasury bills issued?
I don't know how these products are issued. I know who is issued, by whom this are issued.
You don't know that treasury bills are issued through auction?
I know, sir, I know.
Then? Tell me, what do you understand by junk bonds?
Junk bond is a bond issued by organization whose credit rating is poor, and
Okay.
this is unsecured bond.
Okay. And what is securitization?
Securitization is a process in is a procedure in which a financial institution um,
In which financial institution?
merging or pooling of financial assets.
What is securitization?
Sir, it is a
It is a
procedure.
process. It is a process of converting illiquid assets into securities.
Yes, sir.
What are different methods of calculating accrued interest? What are different methods of calculating accrued interest?
Don't know, sir.
Okay. What do you mean by dirty price?
Dirty price.
Yes.
Dirty price is a clean price plus accrued interest.
What is accrued interest?
Accrued is interest is the interest of the amount of interest which is earned but yet not collected.
Okay. What is relationship between interest rates and bond price?
Sorry, sir.
What is relationship between interest rates and bond price?
Okay. There is a inverse relationship between interest rate and bond price. If the uh, price is increased, the interest bond prices decrease. If interest is increased, the bond price is decreased. There is an inverse
Why?
relationship.
Why? Why does a bond price decrease when
Mhm.
interest rate increase? What is the reason? What do you mean by NDF?
NDF stands for non-deliverable forward. NDF is a forward contract which cannot be freely exchanged between two non-domestic country, and it
To
is
non-domestic countries or to
yes,
non-domestic counterparty?
sir.
To no, to non-domestic country or non-domestic counterparty?
Sir, country.
No, it's counterparty. It cannot be freely exchanged between two non-domestic counterparty.
Counterparty. Okay.
Okay. How is NDF settled?
NDF settled in cash.
Okay. What is the settlement process of NDF?
Settlement process of NDF is called fixing.
Okay. How is P&L calculated in fixing?
P&L is calculated in fixing.
How it is calculated? How?
Sir.
Do you know derivatives?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What do you mean by CDS?
CDS stands for credit default swap, and in in which one part in which one parties uh, in which one party buy premium sorry sir in which one party buy protection from a seller as against reference entities.
Can you give me an example?
Example of CDS.
Yes. Can you give an example? Can you explain about interest rate swap?
Interest rate swap. It is a exchange between two counterparties in which both the legs of cash flow is based on interest rate.
Okay. Can you give an example? Can you give an example?
No, sir, I can't explain.
ठीक है. You can go.
Thank you, sir.
We are now just a reflection of your past thoughts, your past thinking.
Hi.
Hello. 1 second. 1 second.
Am I audible?
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, sorry, I got a call.
Yeah.
Okay. Can you tell me what are the important pillars of financial system?
Financial market, financial product, financial participants, financial regulations.
Okay. And what are the different markets in financial markets?
Capital market, money market.
And how many markets are there within capital market?
2, primary market, secondary market.
Yeah, just give me a second again.
Yeah.
Okay, primary market and secondary market. What is the difference between primary market and secondary market?
In primary market, there is issuance of first time securities, and in secondary market, we trade that securities.
Okay. What do you understand by order driven market and code driven market?
In order driven market, it is security exchanged on exchange, and in code driven market, it is exchange on OTC market.
Okay. And what else? There are a lot many things about order driven and code driven.
In order driven market, transparency is there is transparency. In code driven market, transparency is not there. In order driven market, we know all the rules, and code driven market, it is between it is on OTC, so there are no rules, it is customizable. In code driven market, there is a risk, and in order driven market, there is less risk.
Okay. What is difference between direct finance and indirect finance?
Direct finance is done between issuer and investor directly, and in indirect finance, there is an intermediary between issuer and investor. Securities are held in direct finance. Securities are held with themselves, and in indirect finance, its securities are held with intermediary.
Okay. And what do you understand by custodian?
It safeguards the assets of the client.
And what do you understand by depository?
It is a financial instrument that holds the security in electronic form. Electronic form, sorry.
And what are repositories?
They hold data, information data of securities.
Okay, and what is difference between broker and dealer?
Broker deals for the clients, dealer deals for themselves.
Okay. Can you explain me what is ADR?
It is a depository which is issued by American Depository Receipt. It is done on exchange. There are 2 types of depositories, sponsored and unsponsored ADR. In sponsored ADR, it is issued by the will of the issuer, and all the issuance cost is borne by the issuer. And in unsponsored, issuer doesn't have any idea about the ADR that is held on exchange.
Okay. And what are the other requirements of sponsored ADR? You just told me one, I think.
It's
issued with the will of issuer.
Yes. All the issuer's cost is borne by the issuer. That issuer should comply with 3 basic strategies. Level 1, it should have minimum compliance.
No. The issuer should comply with SEC. Based on the compliance, levels are decided.
Yeah, I mean, yes.
Yeah, last one. Last one.
Levels. Should I tell levels?
Local depository transfer shares to American depository.
Yes.
Okay. What are the fundamental rights of a shareholder?
They have voting rights.
Okay.
They have voting rights, corporate action rights, and they get dividend on the basis of profits.
Is dividend compulsory?
For no ordinary shares?
Yeah.
No, if they have profits, they'll pay dividend.
Suppose company has profits. Is it compulsory for a company to declare dividend?
Yeah. If they want to save for future, they'll not pay. But then if
No, but
they can
the
also
question
pay.
is simple. Is it compulsory for a company to declare dividend if they have profits?
No.
Okay. And what are the objectives of investing in equity?
It is for long-term capital. Long-term capital.
Objectives of investing in equity. Why will a person invest in equity?
He'll be a part owner of that company.
Capital appreciation.
Sorry. Capital appreciation. He'll get voting rights. He'll get dividends.
Okay, fine. What do you mean by participating preference shares?
They get surplus profits compared to equity shares. If they have fixed dividend like 80 rupees and the equity shares get 90 rupees dividend, they'll get 10 rupees surplus dividend.
Okay. How are commercial papers issued?
Commercial papers are issued by corporates.
See, I asked you, how are they issued? And what did you reply?
Privately placement. Sorry, sir, privately placement.
And मैंने कल से 2-3 बार डाला है ग्रुप पे.
Yes, sir.
Just hang on. Yeah. So, how are treasury bills issued?
Treasury bills are issued by governments.
See, I asked you, how are treasury bills issued?
Dutch auction, through
Yeah.
auction, Dutch auction.
बट अगर मैं पूछ रहा हूँ हाउ, तो आप हु का जवाब क्यों दे रहे हो? मतलब आपसे तो ये एक्सपेक्टेड था ही नहीं मेरे को.
सॉरी सर, वो
What is the auction process?
There is auction that government does. We have two types of auction, competitive, and two types of bidders, competitive bidders and non-competitive bidders. Competitive bidders bid the yield they are expecting on treasury bills, and then that yield price is kept in ascending form. Non-competitive bidders have the average rate of which the competitive bidders do.
Okay. ठीक है. What are different types of What are different types of interbank lending?
Different types of term money, call option, notice money,
Call option.
call money, sorry. And overnight money.
Okay. What is securitization?
Securitization is a process where illiquid assets are transferred into liquid.
Transferred
It is
or
transferred
converted?
converted into liquidity. It is done to special purpose vehicle SPV, where
Converted into
SPV
liquidity क्या बोल रहे हो?
illiquid assets are converted
Converted
to
into
liquid cash.
no cash or securities. What are you saying? मुझे तो लगा था कि you will get highest marks.
Means they are illiquid.
हाँ, go ahead. Listening.
Illiquid assets are converted. Means if SPV gives that to investors.
I think you explain whatever you know.
Illiquid assets are converted to liquid, means they are given to investors in returns of some mortgage backed assets or sorry sir.
ठीक है. What is relationship between interest and bond price? Interest rate and bond price.
They have inverse relation. If interest rate goes up, bond price goes down.
Why does bond price goes down when interest rate goes up?
Means
if interest rate goes up, bond price goes down. Why?
Because interest rate goes up when the demand is increases and then the bond price goes down.
No. If demand is increasing, bond price should also increase, ना? Price of security increase जब उसकी demand बढ़ती है. क्या बोल रहे हो आप?
तो उसकी सप्लाई बढ़ जाती है.
अब बोल रहे हो डिमांड बढ़ जाती है, अभी आप बोल रहे हो सप्लाई बढ़ जाती है. क्या बढ़ती है डिसाइड करो पहले आप. If interest rate goes up, क्या बढ़ता है उसका? डिमांड बढ़ता है कि सप्लाई बढ़ता है? दोनों चीजें मत बोलो ना एक साथ. क्यों सप्लाई क्यों बढ़ती है अगर इंटरेस्ट रेट बढ़ रहा है तो?
क्योंकि because they have demand, that bond has demand in the market, so the interest rate goes up.
अभी आप बोल रहे हो वापस अभी डिमांड पे आ गया.
And then there is supply.
If interest rate goes up, bond price goes down. एक सेकंड होल्ड करो. ठीक है. Now let's get back to fundamentals. I am saying interest rate goes up. ठीक है. You should understand one thing. I'm talking about market interest rates. If interest rates in the market are going up, you are saying demand of the bond will go up. अभी बॉन्ड की डिमांड है तो उसका प्राइस होना चाहिए ना. अगर शेयर की डिमांड है तो उसका प्राइस बढ़ता है. बट यू आर सेइंग इफ इंटरेस्ट रेट गोज अप, बॉन्ड प्राइस गोज डाउन. या तो आप सेंटेंस ऐसा बोलो, इफ इंटरेस्ट रेट गोज अप बॉन्ड प्राइस आल्सो गोज अप, ऐसा बोलते हैं ना आप अगर, तो मैं आपको ये क्वेश्चन ही नहीं पूछता. Now you tell me, if interest rate is going up in the market, why is price going down? क्योंकि डिमांड बढ़ने से प्राइस नीचे जाएगा, ये बात मेरे को समझ में नहीं आ रही है. या तो फिर आप अपना स्टेटमेंट चेंज करो, इफ इंटरेस्ट रेट गोज अप प्राइस आल्सो गोज अप. Understanding, right?
Yes, sir.
Now tell me, what happens to bond price if interest rate goes up?
It goes down.
But why it goes down? अगर मार्केट में इंटरेस्ट रेट बढ़ रहा है, आपका बॉन्ड 10% दे रहा है, मार्केट का बॉन्ड 12% दे रहा है, मार्केट में इंटरेस्ट रेट गोज अप, तो आपके बॉन्ड की डिमांड नहीं होगी, क्योंकि सब लोग 12% वाला बॉन्ड बाय करेंगे. आपका बॉन्ड 10 दे रहा है, तो आपके बॉन्ड की सप्लाई बढ़ जाएगी और डिमांड बिल्कुल नहीं रहेगी. इसके लिए आपके बॉन्ड का प्राइस कम हो जाएगा. समझा?
जी सर.
पढ़ाई नहीं करो तो फिर ऐसे ही हाल होते हैं. छोटे छोटे इजी कंसेप्ट अपन कुछ भी बोल देते हैं और आई हुई जॉब अपॉर्चुनिटी चली जाती है. समझने की कोशिश करो ना.
सॉरी सर.
कब से बोल रहा हूँ एक चीज, कोई मान नहीं रहा. Now tell me, what is non-deliverable forward?
Non-deliverable forward is a forward that is exchanged. Non-deliverable currency goes flat when we deal, and the currency is deliverable in the other currency.
What do you mean by non-deliverable currency goes flat?
Means we cannot exchange in that currency.
No. Non-deliverable currency goes flat means what?
It goes flat means
if for an example हम लोगों ने $1,000 बाय किए and current rate is 72, so we will buy $1,000 and we will sell 72,000 rupees. And non-deliverable currency goes flat means we will again buy 72,000 rupees only. The value or the notional amount of non-deliverable currency would be same. That is the meaning of non-deliverable currency goes flat. How is profit and loss calculated in NDF?
Sorry, sir.
How is P&L calculated in NDF? P&L calculated in NDF.
In No, sir, I don't know.
What is indirect quote?
Indirect quote is when we get to know quantity of one foreign currency in that domestic currency.
Sorry, say it again. Indirect quote is?
When we get to know quantity of that foreign currency of our domestic currency.
Indirect quote gives us quantity of foreign currency for one domestic currency.
Domestic currency.
One domestic
means how much domestic currency we get.
How much foreign currency we will get against one domestic currency? 1 rupee is equals to how many dollars? That is indirect quote. What do you mean by credit default swap?
In one bank thinks that the XYZ shares will will go default, so it asks the other banks to give the security. It asks from the other bank to promise that if there is default, that bank will give to bank A.
क्या बोल रहे हो आप? आपको ही नहीं समझ में आ रहा है?
There are two banks, Bank A and Bank B. Bank A
Okay.
thinks that the lend's share will give default in future, so he asks Bank B for the security in exchange of premium or
For
some amount
security
of
or
payment.
for
Bank
indemnity?
shares
Huh? For security.
indemnity.
For
No,
indemnity.
means that.
For protection. Protection.
Yes, and
Right? Huh.
yes, sir. Then Bank
And
B promises to give that protection to Bank A.
okay. Okay. And what will Bank B charge?
Premium
Okay.
or some payment. There are
What
two
are
types,
different types
fully
of
and
premium?
variable.
Fixed and variable. Fully and variable नहीं.
Fully fixed and variable. Fixed, they pay one time amount, and in variable they give some amount or some percent of premium.
If you are holding a call option, long call, and the strike price is 1,000, your premium is 100 rupees, right?
Yes, sir.
Understanding? You have a long call, strike is 1,000, premium is 100. The price of security as on expiry date is 800. What is your P&L? ये numbers को लिखने की भी जरूरत नहीं है, इतने simple है.
Loss.
How much?
300. Means we
Wrong.
have 200 plus 100 premium.
No. Maximum loss cannot be more than premium. 300 कैसे loss होगा? याद आ रहा है? Maximum loss cannot be more than premium.
हाँ.
क्या? दो बहुत ही घटिया परफॉर्मेंस दिया है as compared to what I was expecting.
Sorry, sir.
सॉरी का मेरे को क्या करना है? इफेक्ट आपको हो रहा है, मेरे को सॉरी मत बोलो, अपने आप को सॉरी बोलो आप. You can go. Hello. You are not connected to audio.
Hello.
Now I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Tell me, what are the important pillars of financial system?
There are the 4 pillars into the financial system: financial market, financial participant, financial products, and financial regulations and services.
Okay. What are different markets in financial markets?
There are the 2 types of market in there are the 2 types of market in financial market: the capital market and secondary is money market. Into the capital market, the long-term securities are traded, and in the money market, there are the short-term securities that are traded.
Okay. And what is the difference between primary and secondary market?
Primary market is basically a market where the securities is issued first time, and their subscribers subscribe the security at the first time. In this market, investor and issuers meet mostly. And into the secondary market, securities which are issued on primary market, these are traded on the secondary markets.
Okay. Can you name some participants?
Participants, retail investors, retail investors, banks, corporates, then HNI, custodian, depository, and investment banks, insurance corporations, hedge fund, broker, dealers, then school colleges, masjids, and
And what is difference between broker and dealer?
Broker deals on behalf of clients. They are act as an agent of the client, and agent is dealer is a trade on behalf of himself. He trade its own trading. He does his own trading.
And broker deals on behalf of?
Broker deals on behalf of clients.
Okay. What is custodian?
Custodian who safeguard the assets of clients, which is the financial assets are available into the financial market. These are assets this covered by this custodian or saved by the custodian.
And what are depositories?
Depository is a deposited in financial institution, which is hold the securities into the electronic format. That means the securities like shares and all the securities which are traded on the exchange. These hold electronic and physically form into the depository. In India, for example, in India, the depository is NSDL and CDSL, and in USA, the depository is DTC.
1 second.
Okay, sir.
What is difference between order-driven market and code-driven market?
Basically, the order-driven market is trading is done on the exchange, and in a code-driven market, the trade is happen on the OTC market, over the counter, and in order-driven market, the transparency is higher, and in code-driven market, transparency is less because in code-driven market trades are happen outside the market, which trades are done in the privately, and in in order-driven market, order book is visible to all the customers, all the participants into the market, so they can see the prices of the which are traded, which are visible on the order book.
Okay. What do you mean by ADR?
ADR is an American Depository Receipt. It is an instrument. It is a depository receipt is an instrument which is issued by ADR is issued by the American Depository. It is traded on the American stock exchanges. In the ADR, there are the two types. First is an sponsored ADR, and second is an unsponsored ADR.
Okay, what is sponsored ADR?
In sponsored ADR, American Depository in sponsored ADR, company wants to issue or willing to issue the securities on the American stock exchange. In the ADR, depository, local depository transfer the shares to the American depository, and issuance charges and all the charges are beared by the deposit issuing company, and all the compliances by the all the compliance will be completed by the company with the SEC, which is the Security Exchange Commission. And there are the three levels into the there are the on the basis of a compliance. There are the three levels. First level is an minimum compliance with the SEC and traded on OTC. And second is a moderate compliance with the SEC, traded on exchange, but do not raise capital. And third is full compliance with SEC, traded on exchange, can be raise capital and get a voting rights also.
What are reasons of investing in equity?
Reasons of investing in equity. It gets an company's owner. Equity holders are the owner of the company, so they get voting rights in all the issues.
What are reasons of investing in equity? Capital appreciation, and gets a dividend in the profits of the company, and appreciation. And voting rights. No. They get corporation benefit. Yeah. How are commercial papers issued?
Commercial papers issued through private placements.
And how are treasury bills issued?
By Dutch auction.
Okay, can you explain me the auction process?
The Dutch auction, into the Dutch auction, there are the two types of bidders, mainly the competitive bidders and non-competitive bidders. And in the competitive bidders, the bidders which are bid on the yield of the treasury bills. So what actually treasury bills yield they want, they actually traded on it. And after all these things are. All the bids are have completed. Then treasury arranges all the bids into the ascending order. So and started allocating to be the lowest bidders first. So and second type is a non-competitive bidder. These non-competitive bidders are mostly they get an average of the average bid, average yield, sorry. Which is done by the competitive bidders. So that yield will be taken by the non-competitive bidders.
And how does treasury allocates the treasury bill? How does government allocates treasury bill? On what basis they allocate? Hello. Yeah, on what basis they allocate the treasury bills?
On the basis of
how does treasury decides the interest rate?
On the bidding process, sir.
Yes, on which basis they decide whether they need to allocate to this bidder or not?
On which bidder is a bid on lowest yield on the treasury bills. These bidders gets an treasury bills, allocated the treasury bills. So that means that yield is low, then treasury bills is allocated.
What is relationship between interest rate and bond price?
Interest rate and bond price. Interest rate and bond price have an inverse relation, because when the interest rate goes up, then the bond price goes down, and when the bond price goes, when the interest rate goes down, then the bond prices goes up.
Why bond price goes up when interest rate goes down?
because the in the market the interest rate goes higher than the bond of the
goes down. If interest
sorry.
rates in the market go down, why bond price goes up? Why?
Okay. When the interest rate goes down, then the demand for the demand for
then the demand for
the current bond is increases, and so what the yield price also goes down, and then the bond prices goes up.
Okay. What do you mean by securitization?
Securitization means converting illiquid assets. Yes, converting illiquid assets into the securities. For example, if any of the bank, if a bank A is having an loans then but it wants an liquidity in its liquidity, then it gets all the loans. It takes all the loans and it transfers. It gives to be the special purpose vehicle to transfer it is into this security, and this security will be transferred to. This security is available for the participants who wants to subscribe, such as mutual funds, hedge funds, and corporations. They can subscribe this security, and bank gets its liquidity, and this they are the mutual funds and all the subscribed securities.
What are different methods of calculating accrued interest?
Accrued interest is calculated with the day count conventions. With the day count conventions, there are the five types into the basically 5 types into the calculation. With the 30 days. 30 days upon 360 days, 30 days upon 365 days, actual days divided by upon 360 days, actual days upon 365 days, and actual days divided by actual number of days into the year.
Okay. What is non-deliverable forward?
Non-deliverable forward is a contract between two counterparties. Non-deliverable forward is a contract. It's a forward. On the currency. Basically, it's on current. It's on a currency which is cannot be freely transferred, which is cannot be freely exchanged, or between the non-domestic counterparties. And in the non-deliverable forward are settled in cash, and they are settled through the fixing method. And that fixing method, in the fixing method, the deliverable currency goes flat. Non-deliverable currency goes flat, and credit. And what the transaction is happen, or the profit and loss the done is given into the deliverable currency.
Okay. Can you give an example of how profit would be calculated in deliverable currency?
Okay. If the USD INR transaction is done into the NDF, where the $1 value is 70 rupees, and in the $1,000 USD buy, 1,000 USD buy at the rate of 70 rupees, then this and 70,000 rupees exchange to $1,000 is buy, and 70,000 rupees given. At the time dollar's rate is gets weaker, that means the rupees got stronger, then the dollar value is go on the 69 rupees. So at the time of when transaction is at the settlement, transaction at the time of the settlement, Indian rupees, there is a
give an example, give a numerical example. आप क्या बोल रहे हो मुझे नहीं समझ में आ रहा है. Give a numerical example.
So
कोई भी न्यूमेरिकल ले लो ना. चलो, I will give you one numerical.
okay.
You purchase $1 at 70,
Okay.
and fixing rate was $1.72.
Okay.
What is the profit or loss?
Fixing fixing is a 172
70
and
$1.72. You bought the dollar at $1.70.
and so 72. That is the 2 rupees loss for the NDF buyer.
It's actually a profit.
Oh,
And
sorry.
second thing,
Sorry.
No. हो गया अभी हो गया.
Okay,
मैं
sir.
तो बताऊंगा तो फिर तो आएगा ही ना याद. And पहली बात तो it's a profit. Second thing, profit is not calculated in rupees. It is
No, it's a
calculated in dollars.
deliverable currency, sir.
तो rupees बोला आपने, 2 rupees. ठीक है. Suppose you have a call option. You are long call option. Yeah. Strike price is 1,000. Premium is 100. Strike price is 1,000. Premium is 100. And the price of security as on expiry date is 800. What is P&L?
It is a loss, sir.
How much?
200 rupees loss, sir.
9. Maximum loss of a long call buyer cannot be more than premium. ठीक है.
Oh.
जाने दोगे, हो गया. हाँ. Now tell me one thing which is not there in forwards, but it is there in futures.
Sorry, sir.
Things which are not there in forwards, but they are there in futures. So future contracts does not have some characteristics. Forward futures contract have some characteristics, but forward contract don't have those characteristics.
Futures are traded on exchange, and forwards are traded on OTC market. And future contracts are standardized. Forward contracts are customizable. Then future contracts are settled into the cash, and forward contracts settled in physically. There are the traded on the future contracts have a requirement of the initial margins, but this type of a term is not applicable into the full margin is only required for the forward contracts at the time of the settlement.
ठीक है, आप जा सकते हो. पढ़ाई करो, मेहनत करो. मार्क्स तो बहुत कम है, but you can go. Ask Sahil to join. Hello.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. 2 minute दो मुझको.
Okay, sir.
Yes, Sahil. Tell me what are the major pillars of financial system?
So there are four pillars: the financial market, financial product, financial participant, and financial services and regulations.
Financial services and regulations. Okay. What are different markets in financial markets?
So there are capital market and money market. So capital market is for is known as a long-term market, and money market is known as a short-term market. So capital market there are two types of capital market. So primary market and money market. Secondary market. So in primary market is a market where shares are issued for the first time through the IPO process, and primary market is a market where issuer and investors meet, and secondary market is a market where marketplace where security issued in primary market are traded in secondary market, and secondary market is a place where investors and investors meet.
Okay. Can you name some different participants?
Okay, so
Yeah.
yeah. So retail investors, HNI, a high net worth individual. Then there are retail banks, investment banks, broker, dealer, custodian, depository, governments,
What
insurance
is difference
companies.
between broker and dealer?
Okay, so broker is a firm or institute who trades, who deals on behalf of their clients, and dealer is a firm or institute who deals on behalf of themselves.
And who are depositories?
Depository is a financial institute who holds the securities in an electronic form.
Good. 1 second. Give me 1 minute. साहिल 1 मिनट रुकना.
Okay, sir.
हाँ साहिल सॉरी.
Yes, sir.
हाँ तो क्या कहाँ पे थे अपन?
Sir, you asked me about depository.
हाँ हाँ. What are custodians?
Custodians is a financial institute who safeguards the assets of clients.
Okay. Can you tell me difference between order-driven market and code-driven market?
Okay, so order-driven market is a market mechanism of market in which securities are traded on exchange, and in order-driven market, the participants are investor, traders, etc. Order-driven market is the most transparent market because the entire order book is visible to all the participants, and order-driven market follows certain rules for matching and executing of orders. So and rules for matching and executing of orders are on basis of timing, price, and volume. So timing, time where the order was placed, price at which the order was placed, and volume, quantity for which the order was placed. And in order-driven, the execution speed is higher, and the execution guarantee is lower. And in code-driven market, so code-driven market is the market mechanism of market where the securities are traded on OTC, like of outside exchange. So the participant in this market are market makers, and in code-driven market, the transparency is very less as the trades are done privately with counterparties, and there isn't any rule book in code-driven market.
Okay. And what do you mean by एक second. What is the difference between direct and indirect financing?
Okay, so in direct finance, there is no intermediary in between the investor and the issuer. So investor can directly invest in the securities offered by the issuer, and securities are in the custody of investors, and investment decisions are taken by investors. In indirect finance, there is an intermediary in between issuer and the investor. So investor invest in intermediary, and intermediary invest in the securities of issuer. So and then investment decisions are taken by intermediary, and securities are in the custody of intermediary.
Okay. And what are the objectives of secondary market?
So price discovery, liquidity, reduction in transaction cost, and reduction in transaction risk.
What are the reasons of investing in equity?
Reasons of investing in equity is the dividend, we can say capital gain, then bonus issue, right issue.
Okay. What do you mean by ADR?
ADR. Okay, so American Depository Receipt is a financial instrument issued by Depository of America, DTCC, that is Depository Trust and Clearing Corporation. So American Depository Receipt can be listed on American Stock Exchange, and American Depository Receipt are of two types: sponsored and unsponsored. So in sponsored, like suppose HDFC wants to come on American market. Okay, then what will HDFC first do is HDFC will approach SEC, that is Security Exchange Commission, for ADR issuance. Then Security Exchange Commission will say HDFC that you have to do compliance. HDFC says okay. Then HDFC will request CDSL to create new shares and transfer it to DTCC. So what will now CDSL will do is CDSL will create new shares and will credit those shares to DTCC. Now HDFC here will bond issuance cost to DTCC, and what DTCC will do is DTCC will release the ADR of HDFC on New York Stock Exchange. So SEC says if you do means Security Exchange Commission says if you do level 1 compliance. So level 1 compliance is like minimum compliance you have to do with Security Exchange Commission. It will be traded on OTC and cannot be used to raise capital. And if you do level 2 compliance, which means moderate compliance with Security Exchange Commission, it will be traded on exchange, but cannot use to raise capital. And if you do level 3 compliance, then it is a full compliance with Security Exchange Commission. It will be traded on exchange, and it can be used to raise capital. Then unsponsored ADR. So unsponsored ADR are issued by depository without knowledge or information of issuer company. And unsponsored ADR are traded on OTC market, that is over the counter.
Okay. Okay, very good. And just give me 1 minute.
Okay, so
हेलो अक्का, हाँ साहिल,
हाँ yes sir.
हाँ तो हाँ बोलो, हाउ आर कमर्शियल पेपर्स इशूड?
Commercial papers are issued through private placements, means investors subscribes commercial papers privately, so CPs are not publicly announced. So and CPs are issued at discount and redeemed at par.
Okay, and how are treasury bills issued?
Treasury bills are issued through auction process called a Dutch auction process.
Can you explain me the auction process?
Okay, so it's like a normal auction process is like it goes from 10 lakhs, then 10 lakh 50,000, then 11 lakhs, so 11 lakh 50,000. So and Dutch auction is the reverse. So it is like 10 lakhs, 9 lakh 50,000, 9 lakhs, 8 lakh 50,000. So Dutch auction
No,
is this is reverse.
how treasury bills
Yeah,
auction
yes sir.
works?
Yes sir. So there are two bidders in this auction process. So first is the competitive bidder, and the second is non-competitive bidder. So competitive bidder quotes their offers in yield percentage, and treasury allots the treasury to bidders in an ascending order of yield quotes. That is, the lowest yield is accepted first, okay, and the highest price is accepted first. So and non-competitive bidders are allotted securities uh, at the average rate taken of yield of treasury bills allotted to competitive bidders.
Okay. Okay, perfect. What do you mean by securitization?
So securitization is the process of converting illiquid assets into securities. So securitization is done with the help of SPV, that is special purpose vehicle. So SPV bundles all the assets and converts into security, and those assets are kept as a underlying. So with the help of securitization, banks can achieve liquidity and eliminate the risk from books.
Okay, which securities are created out of securitization?
Which securities are created out of securitization?
Like when illiquid securities are converted into securities, which securities are created?
Mortgage, the collateral mortgage means mortgage-backed securities. Hello?
Yeah, securities are created.
Okay, like loans, personal loans, home loans and all.
Arey, assets nahi, Sahil, securities.
Securities.
Which securities are created? When an asset is converted, it is converted to which securities?
Sorry, sir, not able to recall.
ABS and MBS.
Yeah, asset-backed securities and mortgage-backed securities. Yes, sir.
Okay. What are different day count conventions?
Day count conventions. Okay, so 60 upon 360.
60 upon 360.
Sorry, 30 upon 360. 30 upon 365, and actual upon 360, actual upon 365, actual upon actual.
Okay. What do you mean by NDF?
Sorry, sir? NDF?
Yeah.
Okay. So non-deliverable forward is a cash settled forward. So non-deliverable forward is settled in cash, where the differential amount is calculated in deliverable currency and exchange. Okay, and non-deliverable forward settlement process is called fixing. So in fixing, the fixing rate means at which the contract profit and loss is calculated and contract is settled. So the fixing rate is taken from the fixing source on fixing date. Means fixing source is a central bank, and fixing date, that is settlement day -2. So
Can you
and
give me one
contract
numerical example?
numerical example. Okay. So if I okay, so if I bought okay, so I get into this contract and
Okay, so I'll give you. So let's say you
yes,
buy $100.
$100. Yes, sir.
You buy at 70.
Okay, sir.
Fixing rate is 72. What is the P&L?
Fixing rate is 72.
You bought $100.
$100. Okay.
Buy rate was 70.
70.
And fixing rate is 72. What is P&L? Is it profit or is it loss?
It is in profit, sir, of 2 rupees.
Is profit calculated in domestic deliverable currency or non-deliverable currency? Rupees is the non-deliverable currency.
Yes, sir.
Profit, how can we profit 2 rupees? I have given you quantity. Quantity is $100. Calculate the profit.
So it is 200, sir.
Profit is not calculated in rupees.
$200, sir.
No. What is equity swap?
Okay, so equity swap. Okay, so let's suppose the JP Morgan is the counterparty. Okay, so JP Morgan's is JP Morgan is assuming that the market will go up, and there is UBS that is thinking that the market will go down. Okay, so they both get into the contract. So what JP Morgan says is, I will pay you fixed plus negative performance, if any, on equity. And UBS is I will give you positive performance on equity. So so there is a now there is a percentage, so there will be notional, and if there is a equity, so there will be number of shares.
Okay. Suppose you have a call option.
Yes,
long call. Your strike price is 1,000. Your premium is 100. And the price of security as on expiry date was 800. What is the P&L?
So can you repeat it?
You have a long call.
Yes,
strike price is 1,000. Premium is 100.
100.
And the spot price as on expiry is 800.
800.
Yes. What is the P&L? Profit or loss? And how much?
Okay. Spot prices, 800. So it is minus 100.
Okay. Very good. How?
So strike price is 1,000 rupees and the spot price is 800. Okay, and the premium is 100 rupees. So 1,000 minus 800 is equal to 200, and minus premium, which we pay 100 rupees. So the loss is minus 100.
No. It is loss, but the loss cannot be greater than premium amount. 200 minus 100 is not the calculation. ठीक है. It was good overall. Derivatives पे ध्यान दो. It was very simple concept.
Okay.
But आपने क्या बोला? Loss is 200 minus 100 is 100. 100 rupees loss is correct answer, but the explanation was incorrect.
Okay, sir. I would like to learn, sir. Sure.
Thank you. You can go.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
My dog stepped on a bee. It's not a bad thing. It's fine.
Can you satisfy a headache in under 1 minute? Just itch this area for 30 to 60 seconds throughout the day.
हेलो, थोड़ा टेढ़ा आ रहा है, खाली थोड़ा टेढ़ा आ रहा है।
एक मिनट, अभी ठीक है सर?
नहीं, टेढ़ा है, टेढ़ा। लेफ्ट साइड घुमाओ।
अभी
टेढ़ा है, टेढ़ा, लेफ्ट साइड घुमाओ, लेफ्ट साइड।
बराबर है?
फोन घुमाओ, आपका फोन घुमाओ, फोन। हाँ हाँ हाँ, नहीं वैसा नहीं, पूरा घुमा दिया आपने आधा। हाँ, बस 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 बस,
ये ठीक है।
हाँ। Yes, tell me what are the important pillars of financial system?
There are 4 pillars: financial markets, financial participants, and financial products, and financial regulations.
Okay, how many markets are there in financial markets?
There are 2 types of market: capital market and money market.
Okay, so can you name some participants?
Participants such as retail investor, HNI, high net worth investor, then commercial banks, mutual funds, investment banks, brokers, dealers.
Okay, 1 second. And what do you mean by custodian?
Custodian is the financial institution who safeguard the assets of clients.
Okay, and what are depositories?
Depository is also financial institution who is holds security in an electronic form.
Okay, what is difference between order driven and code driven market?
Okay, order driven market are in order driven market, securities are traded on exchange, and in code driven market, securities are traded on OTC market. In order driven market, participants are like investor traders, and in code driven market, participants are market makers who can quote simultaneously bid and ask price. Then in order driven market, there is a high speed of order execution. And there are some rule book in an order driven market like time, volume, and liquidity.
Okay. What is difference between direct and indirect financing?
Indirect financing, there is no broker or no middleman, only investor and issuer are in there only. And in indirect finance, there is a intermediary like broker who can take decision on behalf of their clients.
Okay. What are objectives of secondary market?
There are 4 objectives like price discovery, liquidity, reduction in transaction cost, and reduction in transaction risk.
Okay. Can you name some financial services?
Financial services like capital appreciation.
Financial services.
Services. Okay. Advertising.
Advertise.
No.
Okay, no worries. Can you tell me about ADR?
ADR, okay. ADR is American Depository Receipt. when company wants to listed in American stock exchange, they have to issue ADR. Then there are two types in ADR: the sponsor and unsponsor. In sponsor ADR, when company is willing to issue shares in American stock exchange, they bear all the insurance costs. And also in sponsor ADR, there are three levels. In first level, there is a minimum compliance with SEC, and there is no capital raise, and they traded on OTC market. In level 2, there is a moderate compliance with SEC, and they traded on exchange. But in this case, there is no raise in capital. And in level 3, your company has to fulfill all the compliance with SEC, and they traded on exchange. And after companies listed on exchange, equity shareholder get voting rights. And there is also unsponsored ADR. Unsponsored ADR are issued by depository without knowledge and information of issuing company. They are issued when the demand in market are rising. They don't get voting rights, and it is traded on OTC market. That is ADR.
Okay. What is difference between ordinary and preference share?
Ordinary shares are traded on exchange. Ordinary shares get voting rights. They don't get a fixed dividend as compared to preference share. Preference shares get advantage in terms of dividend payment and repayment of principal at the time of winding up company. Preference shares don't get a voting rights.
Okay. Can you explain me the treasury bill issue auction process?
Okay. Treasury bill auction process is conducted by RBI and treasury bill issued by government, and the auction process is conducted by RBI. There are two types of bidders in this process: competitive bidders and non-competitive bidders. Competitive bidders are bids for the yield of T-bills. When the process is complete, auction treasury arrange all bids on a ascending order, like lowest to higher, and allotting the bids from lowest to highest. And as compared to and for the non-competitive bidders, the average ratio of total yield from T-bills is given to them. That's it.
Okay. What is the maximum life of a money market product?
Sorry, sir.
What is the maximum life of a money market product?
1 year, maximum 1 year.
Okay. What is the relationship between interest and yield?
Interest and yield. When the yield goes up, interest rate will be goes up.
When interest rate goes up, yield goes up.
Yes,
out of interest rate, yield, and bond price, which is an independent factor?
Bond.
No. And what are different day count convention?
Day count convention.
What are day count conventions? There are 5 different day count conventions.
It is for accrued interest, sir.
Right.
It is 30 divided by 360, then 30 divided by 365, then actual divided by actual, then actual divided by 360, and actual divided by 365.
What do you mean by securitization?
Securitization is the process of converting illiquid assets into security. The SPV, special purpose vehicle, is taking the illiquid assets from banks or institutions and converted them into security and sell to investors.
Okay. What is NDF?
NDF are the currencies which can be exchanged.
NDF are currencies or NDF are contracts?
NDF are contracts. No, sorry, sir. NDF are the currency which cannot be exchanged between two.
NDF is a contract because the name is non-deliverable forward. Yes. It is a contract taken on the currency which is not freely exchanged between two non-domestic counterparties.
Yeah. Sorry, got confused.
How do we calculate profit and loss in India?
Can I tell you a formula or what?
No. Just give me a numerical example.
Okay. Suppose we are buying $1 and selling as the rate. The dollar rate is 70 rupees. Suppose we are buying $1 and selling 70 rupees. Then we have to buy 70 rupees and 70 rupees, which is a non-deliverable currency. Then if the dollar price goes down, then we have to pay more dollar in exchange of rupees, 70 rupees.
Yeah. Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Just give me 1 minute. Okay. What is difference between forward and futures?
Forward contract is buy and sell securities in the pre-decided date and price in the future, and futures are
what is different? Okay, tell me something which is there in forwards but it is not there in, it is there in futures but it is not there in forwards.
Okay, forwards are traded on OTC and futures are traded on exchange. In future, there are daily settlement, like profit and loss daily calculate, and in the forward, suppose one counterparty has taking loss is equal to second counterparty has taking profit, like benefit. That's it. Done, sir.
Something which is there in futures but it is not there in forwards. Mark to market.
Yes.
And अभी तो हिंट भी दे दी.
The price will be pre-decided in forward.
Futures will be prices pre-decided.
But futures, sorry sir, not recognizing right now.
Okay. Suppose you have a long call. Your strike price is 1000. Okay. Your premium is 100. Strike is 1000. Premium is 100. Long call है ये. And the price of security as on expiry date is 700.
700. Okay.
Then what is the profit and loss?
There is a loss in this loss. 400 loss, sir.
No. Okay, you can go. Derivatives revise करो. Maximum loss cannot be more than premium.
Yes. Sorry.
ठीक है. बाकी सब ठीक था. Derivative revise करो. You can go.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Hello, sir.
Hello. Yeah, tell me what are the important pillars of financial market? So financial system. Hello. I can't hear you. Can you hear
Hello.
me?
Hello. Yes. Now can you hear me?
Yeah, but not very well.
Hello.
It's looking. Yeah. I think it's
Just give
problem
me a
with your
moment, sir.
headphones.
I'll just
Yeah.
increase the volume. Yeah, I switched them off. Now is it audible?
Yeah. Yeah, tell me. What are the important pillars of financial
Yeah.
system?
So there are 4 pillars of financial system that are the financial market, financial products, financial participants, financial services, and regulations.
Okay. What are different types of markets in financial market?
Yeah. What are the
different markets within financial market?
So your voice is breaking.
Can you hear me now?
So there are 2 types of market. One is capital market and the other is money market. Capital market is long term and money market is short term. Also, capital market has 2 different types of sub markets, that is primary market and secondary market.
Okay, difference between primary and secondary market.
Hello.
So what is difference between primary market and secondary market?
Hello.
Can you hear me? I think there is a connection problem at your end. Your connection is very weak.
So in the primary market, issuers Hello.
Yes.
So sorry, sir. I think there's a network glitch at my place.
Yes, that is what I was saying.
But yeah, what were you asking?
What is difference between primary and secondary market?
So in the primary market, issuers basically issue their securities to raise capital, where issuers and investors meet. And in the secondary market, the trading or the securities that are exchanged has happened in the secondary market on exchange, where the trading has happened, where investors and investors meet on the exchange.
Investors and investors meet. Okay.
Yes.
Can you name some participants?
So did you hear or?
Yeah. Can you name some participants?
Yeah. So the participants in financial, financial participants are HNI, that is high net worth individual, retail investors, retail investment banks, commercial banks, mutual funds, hedge funds, custodians, repository, then trusts. That's all I can remember.
Okay, what do you mean by custodian? Hello. Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, I can.
Who are custodians?
So the custodians are, as a financial institute that safeguards the assets of a client.
Okay. Who are depositories?
Holds the securities of a client in an electronic form. They are also electronically traded or exchanged.
What?
Hello. So I said depository is a financial in which
Depositories of financial? Depositories of financial?
Instruments or institutions. Instrument, I suppose, or institution.
See, you
that
don't have to
holds
guess.
the securities in an electronical form.
You are
institution,
giving an interview.
Institution.
Yeah. You are giving an interview. You are not doing guesswork here. So please don't do that. In real interview also, you're not supposed to do. Hello.
Sir, I'm so sorry. I switched the network. So sorry. Yeah. So if you want, you can change the question as well. Hello?
No, that is okay.
Yeah. So it is a financial institute that holds the securities in an electronical form.
Okay.
Yeah.
What are repositories?
So repositories is a financial institute that holds your data or information in an electronic form.
Okay. And what is difference between order-driven market and code-driven market?
So in order-driven market, there is no intermediary. Okay. So the issuer invests for himself. Okay. Also, he has the custody of his own securities. He trades for himself, and lastly, he takes the decision of the investments. But in code-driven market, there is an intermediary that invests for the investor. Okay, and the intermediary makes the decisions for the investor, and the custody is also held the custody is also with the intermediary, and the decisions also made by the intermediary in code-driven market.
Sorry, what did you say just? Code-driven market mein who makes the decision?
So the decision is made by the intermediary for the...
I did not ask you about code-driven. I asked you about direct and indirect financing. What are you saying?
So sorry, sir. Can you please repeat the question? You said?
What is difference between direct and indirect financing?
Oh, direct and indirect financing. I'm sorry, sir. I got a little confused. I can't recall. Could you please change the question? I'm not able to recall the source of finance.
Okay. What do you mean by ADR?
So ADR is basically an American depository receipt in which a depositor deposits an American depository with local currency, and I think I'm able to recall that much only. I'm very sorry.
कैसे चलेगा? What is difference between ordinary shares and preference shares?
So ordinary shares have the part owners in the company, where they invest in the major part of the capital. Also, they have voting rights in the company.
Sorry?
They have voting rights in the company. Then preferential shares have a fixed maturity. They receive a fixed dividend. Also, they are given a preference over ordinary shares, and they play a major part in the capital capital fund, and they do not have voting rights.
Okay.
Yeah.
How are commercial papers issued?
Commercial papers are issued in private placements.
And what is the issuance style of issuing commercial papers?
Issuance style of?
Issuing commercial papers.
So they issue they issue at discount on par value, but redeem at par.
One second.
Yeah.
Yeah, what was the question?
So you asked what is their issuing style, right?
What is
So,
the issuance style of commercial papers?
So they are issued at discount on par value and redeemed at par. So the difference amount is the interest that they receive.
Okay.
Yeah.
Issuance style is, you said issued at discount, redeemed at par.
Yeah.
Give me 1 second. Yeah, how are treasury bills issued?
Treasury bills are issued through Dutch auction,
Dutch auction.
auction, and there are two types of bidders in it: competitive and non-competitive. In the auction process.
Is this the entire auction process? You have to tell me everything.
Is the entire auction process?
Yes.
Okay, so in the auction process, there are two types of bidders. The two are competitive and non-competitive. So in the competitive, bidders bid the yield that they're expecting from the treasury bill, okay, and in which the auction treasury decides, arranges the bids from lowest to highest, and the lowest receive the allotment of the securities first. And in the non-competitive bidders, and they receive an average rate which is driven from the competitive bidders, and according to the average rate, the allotment is given to the non-competitive bidders.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. What do you mean by junk bonds?
So junk bonds are basically high risk bonds that are, for the companies that are having a low credit score, which is below double B, and these have a higher risk, but because the credit rate is very low for these companies, they in return give a higher interest rate to the investors.
Okay. Okay. And what do you mean by euro bonds?
So euro bonds is basically that we invest in a foreign currency, okay, and in return receive another foreign currency in return.
No. What are you saying? What is relationship between interest rate and bond price?
So interest rate is driven from the face value of the security, and bond price is the market value.
Sorry?
Bond interest rate is what you asked me, correct?
I'm asking you, what is the relationship between interest rate and bond price?
Okay, sorry. So interest rate is driven from the market value, okay, and bond price.
Interest rate is driven by market value.
No, sorry, face value. So sorry.
No. I am asking you, what is the relationship and what are you explaining me?
Inversely related.
And why it is inverse?
Because when the interest rate goes up, the bond price comes down.
Why I am asking you, why?
Why?
Please listen to my question correctly. Please listen to my question correctly.
Yes, sir.
I will not repeat this again.
Yeah. So because of the demand and supply of the commodity in the market.
Why there is a demand and supply change in the market because of interest rate?
When the bond price goes up, there's a flow of
bond price goes up. I'm asking you why a bond price will go up. You are directly jumping to another concept. There would be change in market demand because of change in bond price. I'm asking you why the bond price will change.
Because there's a lot of supply in the market. So
why there would be increase in supply?
Because their interest rates have gone down.
If interest rates have gone down,
yeah,
bond price will go up.
Yes.
And you are saying bond price will go up because there is a lot of supply in the market of bond. When supply increases, price goes down. Getting it? What are you saying?
I think I'm a little jumbled, but
you are not little jumbled. You are completely jumbled. What is NDF?
Non-deliverable currency.
What is NDF? Is non-deliverable currency. Wow.
Forward, non-deliverable forward. I'm not really very clear with NDF. Sorry, so.
Okay, so you are having a long call option.
Yeah.
And the strike price is 1,000.
Okay.
And premium is 100.
Okay.
Right. Yeah. And the price as on expiry date is 600.
Okay.
What is the P&L?
So my net profit is 300 as I have given 100 as my.
I'm again repeating. You have a long call option.
Yeah, long call option.
Strike is 1,000. Premium is 100.
Call
and the spot price as on expiry is 600.
Yeah.
So what is your P&L?
Sorry, so it's not the profit, it's the loss that I'm bearing.
How much is the loss?
400.
Okay, no.
Sorry, 300 as 100 I've already given.
No. Loss cannot be greater than premium.
Has to be 600 is what you're saying is the spot price.
Is the spot price
was 1,000 and the premium was 100, correct?
100. So if you lose, you lapse the option, you cannot lose more than premium. 100 is your loss. Not 300, not 400, not 600. Whatever you said.
Okay.
ठीक है, जाओ prepare करो. Please send Tanuja.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Hello, sir.
So,
Yes. Am I audible, sir?
can you hear me?
Yes.
1 second, 1 second. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
कल वीडियो कॉल किया था आपने?
सर एक्चुअली वो गलती से लग गया था.
कैसे क्या?
एक्चुअली मैं मैसेजेस देख रही थी तो ग्रुप पे वो गलती से लग गया था.
ग्रुप पे मैसेज देखने से वीडियो कॉल पे थोड़ी क्लिक होता है.
अरे नहीं सर, सच में गलती से लगा था.
अभी मैं कितने लोगों के मैसेज देखता हूँ, ऐसा तो मैं सबको वीडियो कॉल लगना चाहिए. धर्मेश सर को, कौशल सर को, उत्कर्षा को, आपको, मानसी को.
सर वो गलती से लग गया था. वॉइस कॉल था सर.
वीडियो कॉल था, वीडियो कॉल. स्क्रीनशॉट है मेरे पास.
स्क्रीनशॉट
मतलब वो लिख के आ रहा है मिस्ड वीडियो कॉल, ऐसा बोल रहा हूँ मैं.
हाँ वो आता है लिख के, लेकिन मैंने कट किया था, वो गलती से लग गया था.
अभी आपने क्या बोला? वीडियो कॉल नहीं, वॉइस कॉल था. मतलब व्हाट्सएप ऐसे है क्या? वॉइस कॉल करे तो नोटिफिकेशन वीडियो का दे रहा है. हाँ, can you hear me?
यस सर.
ठीक है, करें स्टार्ट.
यस.
मेरे हिसाब से गलती से लगता तो नहीं है. Are you trying to reach me? ठीक, 1 सेकंड होल्ड करना. ठीक है, 1 सेकंड. चेक योर फोन. हाँ, तो टेल मी what are the what are the important pillars of financial system?
Financial market, financial products, financial participants, and services and regulations. Sir, deep में बताना.
हाँ, how many markets are there in financial markets?
Financial market is divided into two: capital market and money market. Where capital market is a long-term market, and money market is a short-term market. Money market products has a duration of less than 1 year, and money market products are usually used to manage liquidity. And capital market again is subdivided into primary market and secondary market. Primary market is a market where issuer and issuer meets and securities are issued for the first time. Where say a secondary market is the market where investor and investor meets, where FPO and other transactions takes place.
Okay, very good. And can you name some participants?
Yes, HNI, high net worth individuals, retail banks, retail individuals, mutual fund, hedge fund, trust, schools, colleges, temples, church, governments, broker, dealer, many more.
Okay, very good. What is difference between broker and dealer?
Broker broker is an individual or a firm who deals on behalf of the client, and dealer is an individual or a firm who deals behalf on themselves.
Okay, very good. And what are custodians?
Custodian is a is an organization who safeguards the assets of the clients.
Okay, and who are depositories?
Depository is a financial institute who holds the securities in electronic form, where repository is a organization where information or data is stored in electronic form.
Okay, very good. And क्या बोला? डेटा इलेक्ट्रॉनिक फॉर्म का बोला?
Repository who holds data in electronic form, and depository who holds security in electronic form.
Okay. Okay. And what is difference between order-driven market and code-driven market?
Order-driven market is a market mechanism where securities are traded on exchange. Order-driven market is a market where participants are investors and traders. In code-driven market is a market mechanism. It is an OTC market, and participants in the code-driven market is market maker. That is, market maker is an individual or who both quotes simultaneously, ask price and bid price.
Okay. And what is difference between direct financing and indirect financing?
In direct finance, there is no intermediary, and in indirect finance, there is an intermediary between borrower and lender.
Who is that intermediary?
Stockbroker or dealers.
No.
Stockbrokers.
No. Mutual fund is an intermediary. Who has the custody in indirect financing? Who has the custody of security in indirect finance?
And investment decisions are indirect finance. Investment decisions are taken by the investor itself, and in indirect finance, investment decisions are taken by intermediary, and the custody of security is in the hands of intermediary.
Okay. What do you understand by ADR?
ADR is an American depository receipt. Issuer is willing to make or available security in American depository receipt, where local depository of depository of local issuer transfer shares to American depository receipt. Issuer bears the issuance cost, and issuer complies with SEC, Securities Exchange Commission.
Okay. What is difference between ordinary shares and preference shares?
Ordinary share is a part owner. Ordinary share is a part measure capital of measure.
Difference between ordinary shares and preference shares उतना ही.
Confuse jumble हो रही हो आता है. Ordinary shares are the shares and part owners of the company, where ordinary shareholders do not get only have voting rights, where preference shareholders has a right and get preference in terms of payment of dividend and repayment at the time of liquidation, as against the ordinary shares. Ordinary shares have voting rights. Preference shares do not have voting rights.
And can preference shares be listed?
Sorry, sir.
Can preference shares be listed?
Yes, preference shares are listed.
Are they compulsorily listed or they can be listed?
They can be listed, but they are not listed on stock exchange.
What you are saying? They can be listed, they are not listed. Compulsorily list होना चाहिए कि कर सकते हैं चाहिए तो? That is what I am asking. Can they be listed? Can आ रहा है बीच में?
Yes, they can be listed.
ठीक है. Okay. हाँ, they cannot be.
It's not compulsory.
Okay. ठीक है. How are commercial papers issued?
Commercial papers are issued through private placement.
Okay. And what is the issuance style?
What is the
Issuance style. What is the issuance style? How are they issued? In what style they are issued?
commercial papers are issued is a negotiable instrument issued on OTC market, where people's privately issue.
They are issued at discount, redeemed at par. How are treasury bills issued? How are treasury bills issued?
Treasury bills are also issued at discount and redeemed at par.
How? That is the issuance style. How are treasury bills issued? They are issued through auction.
By Dutch auction process.
Okay. Can you tell me the auction process?
Yes, where bidders take, there are two types of bidders, competitive and non-competitive. Competitive bidders bid the yield they are expecting on the return on T-bill. And then bids are sequentially from
What is the Dutch auction process? How many? There are two type of participants: competitive bidders and non-competitive bidders.
Non-competitive bidders.
What do competitive bidders do?
Competitive bidders bids on the bids the price of yield which they are expecting in return. They bid
Okay.
the yield
So
price.
in what fashion government allocates treasury bills to the bidders?
They arranged in ascending order, lowest to highest bid, and then allotting one by one.
Okay. What is relationship between interest rate and yield?
Interest rate is the return on face value, where yield is the return on market value.
I am asking you relationship between interest rate and yield.
It's inverse relationship.
No, it's direct. What do you mean by securitization? It's direct. If interest rate goes up, yield also goes up.
And bond price goes down.
मेरे बताने के बाद तो सभी बता रहे हैं. What is securitization?
Securitization is converting illiquid assets into security.
Okay. Which type of securities are made in securitization?
Loans like HDFC has a client.
Which types of securities? What are the names of securities which are made in securitization? MBS and ABS.
Mortgage backed security.
वही तो कह रहा हूँ ना, MBS and ABS. याद आ गया ना अभी तो आपको? What is junk bond?
Junk bond are the bonds issued by an organization whose credit is low or poor. Hence, there is a high risk, and hence they paid junk bond payments higher return.
What are different day count conventions?
Day count convention are 30 by 360, 30 by 365, actual by 360, actual by 365, and actual by actual.
Okay. What is dirty price?
Dirty price is clean price plus accrued interest.
Okay. Then what is NDF?
NDF is a non-deliverable forward contract on currency which is not freely exchangeable into non-domestic country.
Okay. What is NDF settlement process?
NDF settlement process is
How is
NDF
NDF settled?
NDF settlement process is called fixing and is settled in cash.
And how is P&L calculated?
How?
Is profit and loss calculated in NDF?
Profit and loss is calculated in deliverable currency.
How it is calculated? Give me one example. Okay, I'll give you one example. If you buy $100 at 70,
yes,
and fixing rate is 72, quantity of dollar is 100, price is 70, fixing rate is 72, right?
Yes.
Now tell me, what is P&L?
I can't recall.
Huh?
I can't recall.
Okay. Suppose you have a long call. You have a long call option. Strike price is 1,000. Strike price is 1,000. Premium is 100. And the spot price as on expiry date is 500. What is the P&L? Hello.
I don't know, sir.
Suppose you have taken a sell future. Okay, you have taken a sell future. Okay. And the price, the today price is lower than yesterday's price. Do you have mark to market profit or mark to market loss?
Profit.
Okay. How are forwards settled?
Forwards are settled physically.
Okay. What do you mean by equity swap?
Equity swap is basically if bank A assumes price goes up and bank B assumes the price goes down, then they swap their interest and bank A will pay.
What are you saying? What are you saying? क्या कह रहे हो? जाओ जाओ. You can go. Please revise everything from money markets. ठीक है? And especially work hard on derivatives and FX. What is indirect quote? अच्छा चलो, what is direct quote? बहुत ज़्यादा simple.
Direct quote is a price of one is the price of one foreign currency into in local currency.
Very good.
And in indirect cost, quantity of foreign currency.
One second.
In indirect quote, price quantity of foreign currency against one domestic currency.
Sorry. Direct quote is price of one.
In indirect quote, sir.
Direct quote क्या है? Direct quote.
Direct quote is price of one foreign currency is
in domestic currency.
Domestic currencies.
Very good. Simple. Example उसका.
Example, 1 rupees in $76.
$1 is equal to 76.
$1 and 76 rupees. And in indirect quote is a quantity of foreign currency for against one domestic currency. That is 1 rupees is equal to $0.131.
वेरी गुड। पढ़ो पढ़ो, बाकी पढ़ो। डेरिवेटिव में नॉलेज वीक है, पढ़ना तो पड़ेगा ही आपको। जॉब नहीं दिख रहे हो पढ़ते हुए, पीछे के टॉपिक्स पढ़ने पड़ेंगे आपको। ठीक है, यू कैन गो। सेंड रक्षिता।
Thank you, sir.
हाय। ठीक। हेलो।
Hello, sir. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Tell me, what are the important pillars of financial system?
Important pillars. Four pillars are there: financial market, financial participants, financial products, and financial services and regulations.
Okay. And what are the markets within financial markets?
What are the
Markets within
yes?
financial markets.
There are two types of financial markets in terms of maturity, that is capital market and money market. Capital market is divided into two parts: primary and secondary market. And in terms of the price discovery, there are two markets: order driven market and quote driven market.
Okay. Can you name some participants?
Yes, retail investors, high net worth individuals, brokers, dealers, custodian, repository, hedge funds, mutual funds, trust, schools, universities, temples, or insurance companies, corporates, commercial banks, investment banks, and regulatories, government.
Okay. What are custodians?
Custodians custodian is that financial institution who safeguard the assets of the clients.
Okay. And Who are depositories?
Depositories is that financial institutions who hold the securities in electronic form or physical form.
Okay. And who are repositories?
Repositories. It is that financial institutions who stores the data and information in electronic form.
Okay. Who are, what is the difference between order-driven market and code-driven market?
In order-driven market, they are traded on exchange, but in code-driven market, they are traded on OTC. In order-driven, the execution speed is high, and in code-driven, execution guarantee is high. And
Okay.
there is no order rule book in code-driven, but there is order rule book in order-driven, and quantity is disclosed. Quantity is disclosed in code-driven, and quantity is not disclosed in order-driven, and the quantity are counterparties are unknown in order-driven, and counterparties are known in code-driven market.
Quantity is not disclosed in order-driven, you said, right?
Yes, quantity. Yes, no, hidden numbers are there. Yeah, no. Yes.
Order is displayed in order-driven market because it is the most transparent market. Right?
Right, sir.
पीछे से कोई बोल रहा है क्या आंसर?
नहीं.
लेफ्ट साइड में?
कोई भी नहीं है.
Okay. Because आपने लेफ्ट में देखा तो मुझे लगा कोई है वहाँ.
नहीं, कोई भी नहीं है सर. No one is at home right now.
पक्का?
Yes sir. कोई भी नहीं है. घर पूरा खाली है मेरे 1 महीने से.
What is difference between direct and indirect finance?
In direct finance, there is no intermediary between two parties, but in indirect financing, there is an intermediary between the two parties. Like, for example, in indirect financing, that investor will investor, then intermediary, then the company. And in direct financing, bank, then corporate. So there are two counterparties. There is no intermediary between them in direct financing, and there is intermediary in indirect financing.
Okay, who takes the investment decision in indirect financing?
In indirect financing.
Yes.
Yeah, intermediary.
Who is that intermediary?
Intermediary may be the broker, dealer.
No.
A fund manager.
Yes.
Yeah, because example is mutual fund, so it might be a fund manager.
What is ADR?
ADR, it is an American depository receipt where we issues our DRs, issues our shares in foreign land, and they work just
issued
like
our shares. We issue shares.
Issued DR receipts. DR.
Okay.
Yeah, we issued our receipts in foreign land, where we there.
In foreign land or in America only?
In America. So they are just like they are just trading like the US stocks and US stock exchange, and 50% of the depository receipts are issued by the ADR, and it is first issued by the JP Morgan in 29th April 1927. Yeah.
उतना information किसी को नहीं चाहिए.
But से था.
हाँ. What are ADR? What are different types of ADR? Tell me that.
There are two types of ADRs, sponsored ADRs and unsponsored ADRs. In sponsored ADRs, company wants to issue his DR in the American market. So issuer is willing to issue his shares, and issuer have to bear the issuance cost and have to compliance fully. And there are 3 levels in the sponsored market. Level 1, minimum compliance have to be fulfilled according to the Securities Exchange Commission, and there will be no raising of capital in level 1, and it is traded on the OTC. Then level 2, moderate compliance will be there, not used to raise the capital and traded on stock exchange. And in level 3, fully compliance will be there, have the voting rights, used to raise the capital and traded on stock exchange. Then unsponsored ADR. Unsponsored ADR is that when the depository issued without any knowledge, without any acknowledgement of the company, just on the basis of the demand and supply. So they are issuing their shares just on the basis of the demand and supply. So they.
Okay. What is difference between ordinary and preference shares?
Okay. So on the basis of their ownership, equity shares are the part owners. Preference shares are not the part owners. On the basis of liquidation, equity shares, preference shares get the benefit first, like preferred first in case of liquidation before equity shares, and equity shares will be at the last, get the dividend. Then dividend. On the basis of dividend, preference shares get the first benefit in case of dividend, and in equity shares they get the benefit at the end after fulfilling all the assets and liabilities. And the returns. Voting rights. Equity shareholders have the voting rights, but preference shareholders don't have the voting rights.
Okay. Just give me 1 minute. Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, sorry. म्यूट पे ही था ना ऑल दिस वाइल?
Yes, sir.
हाँ ठीक है. ठीक है. So, yeah, how are commercial papers issued?
How are commercial papers issued? Commercial paper issued privately, subscribed privately by the corporates.
That they are issued privately. And what is the issuance style?
Issuance style is issued at the discount and redeem at the par. So interest rate will be the redemption price minus issuing price.
Okay. And how are treasury bills issued?
Treasury bills issued by the government by the Dutch auction. In Dutch auction, the interest rate is decreasing. As the interest rate is decreasing, the amount will increase. So
okay.
They will.
And how and on what basis treasury bill allocates? On what basis treasury allocates T-bills?
On the basis of interest rate only, the bidder who will pay less interest rate, like who will give the less interest rate, they will arrange them according to ascending order, lowest to the highest bid. Then they will give the then they will allot the shares to allot the securities to them. Then in competitive bidders and in competitive bidders, they will take the average of the competitive bidders and will allocate them.
Achha. What is the maximum time of a T-bill? What is the maximum time of a money market product?
1 year, maximum 1 year.
Okay.
1 to 1.
Okay. And what is the rate allocated to non-competitive bidders?
Rate allocated. Like they will decide, the government will decide that what percentage we should give to the non-competitive bidders.
Rate percentage. What would be the interest rate allocated to non-competitive bidders?
High.
Average.
Average of the competitive bidders, no?
ये हाई लो क्या पता नहीं क्या बोल रहे हो आप? What is junk bond?
Junk bonds. Junk bonds are those ones whose credit rating is very low, and there is the least probability to get the repayments on those bonds, and the risk is very high, but return is also high. Higher risk, higher return.
What is securitization?
Securitization is the process of converting illiquid assets into securities with the help of special purpose vehicle. Special purpose vehicle is an entity who will enlist the securities in the tradable market, and from there the other investors like hedge funds, mutual funds will purchase that security. Should I explain a whole process from loan to investors?
No. What do you mean by day count conventions?
Day count convention. Day count convention is where we calculate the months, like type. So there are 5 types of day calculation will be on the basis of 5 types. 30 by 365, 30 by 360, actual by 365, actual by 360, actual by actual, where the numerator will assume the days of the month and denominator will assume the actual number of the years in the actual number of days in the year.
That is okay. What is dirty price?
Dirty price, the price, future price that the bond buyer is willing to pay to the seller, and it includes the accrued interest.
What do you mean by Eurobond?
Eurobond is a bond where our company will invest in the foreign country in third foreign currency, in another foreign currency. For example, like RIL is an Indian company. He is issuing the bonds in USD, like America, in yen currency.
Okay. What is relationship between interest and bond price?
They are inversely related to each other. As the interest prices increases, bond price will decrease. And
interest price or interest rate?
Interest rate, bond price, na? As the interest rate will increase,
you said
bond
interest
price.
rate, interest price. You said interest price increase, bond price will decrease. It is interest rate.
Interest rate will increase, bond price will decrease.
And why this will happen? Why this will happen? Why will interest rate increase and bond price decrease?
Because interest rate will increase or decrease according to the market trends. And
that
it
is
is
okay. If interest rate is going up, why is bond price going down?
Interest rate is going up. Why is bond price going down? Because the investors wants to earn market return. That's why
no. Okay, if investors want to earn market return, then they will.
Investors want to earn market return. That whatever the market will give them the return at a lower price. So it might be like because interest is calculated on the face value.
Interest rates are going up, bond prices are going down. Why are bond prices going down?
Bond price because interest rate because market is in inflation. That's why.
No.
Because we issue
inflation is always not the cause of higher interest rates. Interest rates are going up and bond prices are going down. Why? Because there would be a heavy supply of old bonds whose interest rate is lower. Interest rates market में बढ़ गए हैं, तो जो दूसरे bonds हैं जिनका market interest rate से comparatively interest lower है, वो लोग सब bonds बेचना चालू कर देंगे.
Okay.
क्या था
अगर मतलब सप्लाई ज्यादा
TCS का बॉन्ड है 8% का, इन्फोसिस 10% लेके आया, 10% लेके आया, तो फिर सब लोग TCS का बॉन्ड बेचना चालू कर देंगे.
हाँ, और वो उसका ले लेंगे इन्फोसिस का 10% पे, तो उसकी वैल्यू कम हो जाएगी. NDF is a non-deliver forwards in terms of currency where there is no freely exchange between the non-domestic counterparties, and it is settled in the cash where it is the settlement is the difference between the NDF price minus the spot price. And to ensure,
suppose you buy $100 and the buy rate is 70.
$100, na? 100
you have 100. You are buying $100. Buy rate is 70 rupees per dollar.
Okay.
Fixing rate is 72.
Fixing rate is 72.
What is the P&L?
Fixing in terms of INR? We can say INR.
NDF में fixing क्या होता है? You should know, ना? I am giving you example. Quantity of dollar is 100 quantities. You are buying dollars.
And selling
dollars. And fixing rate is 72. Spot rate is cash rate is 70. The rate at which you bought the dollar was 70. Fixing rate is 72. Now you tell me what is the P&L. If it is profit, how much? If it is loss, how much?
It is profit of 200. Divided by the 72, so it will be the profit according to the US dollar, because
how much profit would be there? Tell me.
Sorry,
how much would be the profit? Calculate the profit and tell me.
Okay, wait.
How many dollars is the profit? How many dollars is the profit?
2.8. 2.7 क्योंकि उसको 72 पे आप मतलब अपन करेंगे like calculate जिसमें आप सेल कर रहे हो उस पे.
What is indirect quote?
indirect quote where we will find out the quantity of foreign currency in exchange of our domestic currency.
How many domestic currency in exchange of how many domestic currency?
Like in 70 rupees, like for example, like $1 equals to 70 rupees. Okay, so in 70 rupees we will get the $1. So $1 is the quantity we will get in exchange. It is a quantity, na? Like
that
if
is wrong. $1.
Listen
me out.
Yes.
$1 is equals to 70 rupees. That is the direct quote, because for $1 as a foreign currency we are getting price, and how many dollars you will get in 1 rupee, that is the indirect quote. Okay. Suppose you have a call option and you have a short call option. Right? You have a call option, you have a short call option. Strike price is 1000.
Strike price 1000.
Premium is 100.
Okay.
And the expiry price is 600.
Expiry price is 600.
What is the P&L? If you want, I can repeat once again.
1000 to आपका strike price था. 1000 is the strike price. 100 is the premium, right?
Yes.
And expiry will be the 600.
Yes. Spot price as on expiry is 600.
600.
What is the P&L? What is the P&L of the short call?
300.
300? No, wrong. Okay. Maximum profit cannot be more than premium. And suppose you have taken a short future. You have taken a sell future. You have taken a sell future. Price, today's price is higher as compared to yesterday's price. Today's price is higher as compared to yesterday's price. What is the mark to market?
There will be the loss.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. You can go. Hello.
Am I audible, sir?
Yes.
Okay.
Justin, what are the important pillars of financial system?
There are 4 pillars in the financial system. One is for participant, one is for product, one is for service and regulation, and there's one more product, service and regulation, and one more left. I need to update myself regarding the same.
Markets.
Yeah, financial markets. Yes.
How many markets are there in financial markets?
There are 2 types of markets in a financial market. There's a short-term market and a long-term market. If we talk about short-term, the short-term is money market. And if we talk about long-term, there's a capital market.
Okay, how many markets are there in capital market?
there are two types of capital markets. There's one primary market where the investors and issuer meet, and they are for raising the capital. The issuer launches IPOs, that is initial public offerings, to the investors to raise funds. And there's a secondary market where investor and investor meets and they buy sell securities for their capital gain.
Okay. What is difference between order-driven market and code-driven market?
Okay, so order-driven market is basically based on market on that is traded on exchange, because in the order-driven market there's a transparency, and all the rules are given in the exchange, like exchange made of the rules that how order will be executed and how it will be conducted, all the activities in the market. So if we talk about code-driven market, it is the market for the of the market makers there, where it is basically traded on OTC, and where bid and where the individual or a groups gives the prices in a form of bid or ask form.
Okay. What about liquidity? Which market has high liquidity?
Order-driven market has a high liquidity because in exchanges there are lots of buyers and lots of sellers are there. So like if you want to convert your securities into into cash, you can immediately just put your order and someone will buy or sell. Someone will buy your security, and it will be highly liquidated market. Sorry.
Okay. What is difference between direct and indirect finance?
Okay, so if we talk about direct finance, there's a no major like no broker will be there. Like if we if the company if the company is launching IPO for raising funds, so the investor directly just buy the securities from the issuer only. But so it is a direct finance. Directly the fund will be given to the securities will be given to you, and the fund will be given to the issuer. So it is a direct finance. If we talk about indirect finance, basically we can take example of mutual fund, where the fund managers take your money from you, and on your behalf they will buy the securities, but the securities will be in their hand only. You will not get the security, you will get only the like you have a mutual fund, you have the combination of these shares only. So it's an indirect finance.
Mm-hmm. And what are custodians?
Okay, so custodian who take the custody of the assets.
Who safeguards the assets?
Who safeguard the assets.
Give me 1 minute.
Okay, sure.
Yeah. What are depositories?
Okay, so depository is something like when we buy the securities. Basically, the shares will be deposit in the depository in dematerialized form.
Okay. And what are repository?
A repository is something who holds the data of the big financial institution, who safeguards the data or who store the data of the financial institutions are the repositories. Data and information.
Okay. What is the difference between broker and dealer?
Okay, so if we talk about broker, he is something that he is working on behalf of us or behalf of exchange or some behalf of something else. But if we talk about dealer, he is working on behalf of himself only.
Okay. What is the difference between ordinary and preference shares?
Okay, so ordinary shares are basically shares like equity shares, because like in the equity share they have a voting rights. So ordinary shares has a voting rights too, and I am just telling you the major differences. And in the time of liquidation, equity shares get like ordinary shares get paid after the preferential shares. So preferential share have a, as of his name, preference, they will get the preference, but they don't have a voting rights, and they have a limited maturity. Like there are the different types of preference shares in the market.
Okay. What more difference?
Okay, so like ordinary like in the time of liquidation, no, actually yes, ordinary shares will get the inflation surplus also, but in the most of the preference shares, like there's a one participating preference share. If we leave there that only, no preference share get the inflation surplus.
Ordinary shares are listed, preference shares are not always listed.
Yes.
What do you mean by ADR?
ADR is American Depository Receipts. So ADR basically works as a there's a different there's a different procedure of ADR. So ADR basically like they issued by the depositories of American government. The name was DTCC, and basically the ADRs have two types of ADRs. There's a sponsored ADR and there's a unsponsored ADR. And in the sponsored ADR, the securities are into the custody of the depository. And if we talk about unsponsored ADR, even the securities are not into the custody of depository. Also, there's a company XYZ having so the depository issued the ADRs without any consent of the company also in the unsponsored ADR. And in the sponsored ADR, if Reliance want to want to issue their ADRs in USA, so he have to do a 3 levels of compliances. So in the minimum level compliances, it will not be a there's no he have to just transfer the securities to the depository, so the ADR will be issued by the depository. But in the level 1, if the minimum level of compliance will it is done, so ADR will get issued, but no capital gain will be there. In the level 2, if the moderate level of compliance is done, in that also the capital gain will not be there. But in the level 3, all the compliances will get covered. So there's maybe chances of capital gain for ADRs, like Indian, like if Indian company is launching ADR in USA.
How are commercial papers issued?
Okay, so commercial paper basically issued by the corporates, and how it issued by the Dutch auction, and
no,
in the Dutch auction,
commercial papers are not issued by Dutch auction.
Okay, that's a treasury bills. Yeah, commercial papers are basically issued in the corporates and to the existing shareholders, I think, or a board of members.
No. What is relationship between interest rate and yield?
Relationship, if the interest going up, the yield will be go. So it's a direct relation between interest and yield.
And what is the relationship between interest rate and bond price?
It's an inverse relation. If the bond price is going down, so interest will go up, and
bond price is dependent on interest rate, or interest rate is dependent on bond price?
Okay, so first I have to choose the okay, I got the point.
No, I'm asking you, so what interest rate is dependent on bond price, or bond price is dependent on interest? What it is? I'm asking.
Okay, so like enterprises depend on the bond price. Like bond price is like 1 lakh. So if
no.
Can you just repeat the question once again?
Price. I asked you whether interest rate is dependent on bond price or bond price is dependent on interest rate.
Okay, so I got a little bit confused about the same.
Okay, what is relationship between interest rate and bond price? Inverse or direct?
Relationship between, can you just repeat once again?
Interest rate and bond price.
Interest rate and bond price, it's a inverse relation.
If interest rate goes up, bond price will go down.
Yes.
Why it will go down? And if interest rate is rising, why will bond price go down?
Yeah, so if we talk about to the seller's point of view, like the sellers have a bond of 10 lakhs at 10%, but interest price is going up by 12%. So like seller have already have a 10% bond interest price bond, and the market have 12%. So nobody will take the 10% bond price from the seller. So from the seller's point of view, it will be an inverse relationship.
Okay, and what do you mean by securitization?
Okay, so if I talk about securitization, there's a 3 types of securitization, like leasing, not leasing, mortgage, and
no. What you are saying is that was not part of syllabus. I just explained you for your convenience. What is securitization? Explain me what is securitization.
Securitization is something like if someone is getting your if you are giving loan to someone, so there's some securities or some mortgage will be.
No, it is securitization is a process. It is a process of converting illiquid assets into securities.
Okay.
What are different day count conventions?
Can you just repeat once again?
What are different day count conventions?
Day count conventions. Sir, actually, I have no idea about the same, because like in the bond sessions, I was not there because my exam was there. So from the notes, I study all the things that the class was left, like the lectures who left for me, because all the lectures are not uploaded in the YouTube link also. So from the notes, I studied whole things.
What do you mean by India?
What do I mean by India? So what do I mean by India? This is the same question.
Yes. What do you mean by NDF?
NDF, okay, it's a non-deliverable forward. So NDF is basically done by the importer and exporter of the, like, from our country, from another country, exporter or importer, because like if we place the order of machinery of something like $30,000 or something.
No, that is FX hedging. That is FX forward. I'm asking you what is non-deliverable forward. That is the strategy used to reduce the risk. That is FX forward.
Like, sir, in the NDF, from the bank we contract the spot price will be fixed, like the FX will be fixed.
No. How is NDF settled? Answer me this. I'll give you marks.
Okay, so if NDF is settled in the case, like if the bond price got bond price not no the FX price goes up. So
no. I'm asking you when. Okay, I'll give you options. I'll make your life more easy. NDF is settled in cash or in physical?
NDF cash settled in cash.
Okay, how is the settlement done?
So, sir, like according to my knowledge, if I have a partial knowledge, but just listen to me if I can clear you the something about the same. Like we have a contract with the bank that like importer and exporter has a contract with the bank, like they have to gain the $30,000, like importer has to give the $30,000 to the exporter at the certain FX rate. Okay, so like after 3 months, if the price gets higher, like the FX price go up, like the dollars get we had a contract of 68 rupees per dollar, but the dollar price goes up by 69 or 68.30. So the difference amount will be given to the bank to settle the transaction.
No, that is not the case.
Okay,
what do you mean by direct quote?
Okay, so if I talk about direct quote is something that like we are direct quote is something like in $1 how much rupees is there. It's a direct quote. Like
direct
in
$1
there is 76 rupees. Yeah, in the certain currency, the currency of your country, how much currency of your country is there.
See,
but if we talk
basically $1 is equal to 76. What are you trying to portray? Indirect quote is as simple as that. It is a price of foreign currency. Why are you complicating? I don't understand.
Okay.
Why you are not understanding? इतना simple concept है. Revise करने की बारी है खाली.
हाँ सर, लाइक आपने जैसे समझाया होगा क्लास में, वो मैंने लेक्चर्स नहीं देखे, मैंने सिर्फ उससे पढ़ा है नोट से, तो जितना मुझे समझ आया तो मैंने उसको कूप अप किया है.
डेरिवेटिव्स पूछूं कि क्या करूं?
Okay, you can ask. I can try my best.
Name the things which are there in futures but there are not there in forwards.
Okay, so in the futures basically futures basically traded on exchange, but the forwards traded on OTC. And futures have a like we can futures don't have a counterparty risk, but the forwards had a counterparty risk. Also, futures have a high liquidity thing, like we can sell and buy any time, like in the exchange rates only. But forwards, it's a fixed contract, and in the forwards it is settled once only. But in the futures we can sell, buy, sell, we can do anything with the futures.
Suppose you have a call option, long call. Right?
Yes.
Your strike price is 1,000.
Okay.
And your premium is 100.
Okay.
And the security price as on expiry is 600.
Okay.
What is the P&L?
So basically, you give me option a long call. So long call have a bearish mindset. So
long call has a bullish mindset.
Oh yeah, long put, it's a bearish mindset. Yeah, long call has a bullish mindset. So in that, how much the price you given to me? Like in which price I am?
Strike is 1000.
Okay.
Premium is 100.
Okay.
And the spot price as on expiry, the time when the contract expired, the price of security was 600.
Okay. So in that case, I will get a loss of 1100 minus 600. It's 500 rupees.
No. Wrong.
Why, sir? But like
it's loss of long call holder cannot be more than premium.
Okay, the loss is limited.
Yes, you would have seen that.
Yeah, loss is limited, so it will be goes on 0, not like it will be go on only 1000 rupees. Okay.
100.
Yeah, 100. Okay.
Anyway, you can go. You need to revise a lot.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
What is this? Lights and not everyone receive.
Hello.
Sir, 1 minute.
Yeah, take your time.
Hello, sir. Am I audible,
Hello.
sir?
Yeah.
Sorry, sir.
Hello.
Some.
Yeah, no problem. Take your time.
Hello, sir.
Hello. Yeah.
Yes, sir. I am ready. Sorry for the delay.
Yeah, no problem.
Thank you, sir.
Tell me, what are the important pillars of financial system?
Sir, 1 minute, sir. Sir, can you repeat question?
What are the important pillars of financial system?
There are 4 important pillars of financial system: financial market, financial products, financial participant, financial service, and regulations.
Okay. How many markets are there in financial markets?
There are 2 markets in financial market: primary market and secondary market.
No. Capital markets have 2 markets. Financial markets have 2 markets: capital market and money market.
Money market.
Yes, okay. What is difference between primary and secondary market?
Primary market is where issuer issue securities for first time, and secondary market where securities that issue for are traded. In primary market, issuer and investor meet, and in secondary market, investor and investor trade between themselves.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
What is difference between order-driven market and quote-driven market?
In order-driven market, securities are exchanged between counterparty on exchange, on stock exchange. In quote-driven market, securities are exchanged between counterparties on OTC market, over the counter. In order-driven market, participants are investor trader. In quote-driven market, participants are market maker. And in order-driven market, there are some rules for executing trades. In quote-driven market, there are not such rules. Order-driven market are most transparent market. Quote-driven market is not transparent because in quote-driven market, there are only two counterparties are in contact with each other, and they are on OTC market. In order-driven market, yes, sir.
Yeah. Now,
yes,
what is difference between direct and indirect financing?
In direct financing, there is no intermediary between issuer of securities and investor. In indirect financing, there is intermediary between investor and issuer. In direct financing, investor invest directly into securities. In indirect financing, investor invest into intermediary, and intermediary invest into securities. In direct financing, security custody of securities are in investor hand. In indirect financing, custody of securities are in intermediaries hand.
Okay. What do you mean by ADR?
Yes, sir.
What do you mean by ADR?
ADR means American Depository Receipt. ADR is the depository receipt issued by Depository of America, DTCC. ADR are of two types: sponsor ADR and unsponsored ADR. In sponsor ADR, issuer is willing to make his security available in American market. Issuers depository transfer share to Depository of America. Issuer.
Okay.
Issuer. Yes, sir.
Yeah, go ahead.
Issuer compliance with Security Exchange Commission from America. Issuer bears all the issuance cost. On the level of compliance with Security Exchange, there are three types of ADR: level 1, level 2, level 3. On level 1 ADR, there is moderate compliance with SEC. They are traded on OTC platform. They are not used for raised capital. Level 2 ADRs are moderate compliance with Security Exchange Commission. They are traded on exchange but not used for earning capital. Level 3 ADR are when all the compliance with Security Exchange Commission are made, they are traded on exchange and they are used to raise capital and they have voting rights.
Okay. And what do you mean by a custodian?
Custodian is a financial institute who safeguard asset of client.
Good. What do you mean by depository? What do you mean by depository?
That are traded. Yes, sir.
What do you mean by depositories?
Yes, sir. Securities that are traded on exchange are held electronically on depository.
Okay. Difference between broker and dealer?
Broker is an individual who deals on behalf of his client, and dealer is an individual who deals in behalf of himself.
Okay. Just a second.
Yes, sir.
Okay. How are commercial papers issued?
Commercial papers are issued through private placement, means individual subscribe to them privately.
And how are treasury bills issued?
Treasury bill issued through auction process called Dutch auction.
Okay. And can you explain me the auction process?
Dutch auction. In Dutch auction process, there are two types of bidder. One is non-competitive bidder, and second is non-competitive bidder. Competitive bidder bids.
First one is competitive, right? आप non-competitive बोले.
Sorry. First one is competitive bidder. Second is non-competitive bidder. Competitive bidder bids the yield they are expecting on T-bills, and non on the when the auction are over, treasury arrange the bids in a ascending order from lowest bidder to highest, and then start allocating the T-bills. Non-competitive bidders get the allotment on the average rate which are drawn from the allocation that are to competitive bidders.
Okay. What is the maximum life of a money market product?
Maximum life of money is 1 year.
Okay, good. And what do you mean by perpetual bond?
Perpetual bond are bond without maturity. They pay coupon whole lifetime. They have for whom to they have. Sorry, 1 minute, sir. They have. They don't have fixed maturity, but they have calls for early repayment, putable clause and callable clause. In callable clause, issuer gives them fixed date where they can give bonds back and receive money. In putable clause, where in putable clause is when the securities are given to issuer on fixed rate and can call for money. Sorry.
क्या बोल क्या रहे हो आप? क्या बोल रहे हो? आपको समझ में आ रहा है? ठीक है. What are junk bonds? What are junk bonds?
Sir, can you repeat, please?
What are junk bonds?
Junk bonds are the bonds. Yes, junk bond. 1 minute.
Junk bonds are
Junk
bonds issued by corporates.
That are
issued by corporates, those who have low credit rating.
Credit rating. Yes.
And what are euro bonds? What are euro bonds?
When a company publishes its, yes sir, when a company publishes its bond in foreign country in a dominated in a currency which is not the local of that country. Example, when Reliance publishes its bond in America in N.
Okay. And tell me, what is relationship between interest rate and yield?
Interest rate and yield. When interest rate increases,
when interest rate increases,
bond price decreases and yield increases. When interest rate decreases, bond price increases and yield decreases.
अभी आपने क्या बोला? When interest rate increase, bond price decrease. Why does that happen?
Yes, sir.
Why bond price decrease when interest rate go up? Why?
Let's assume that when there is a bond which pays interest of 10%.
Interest of 10%. Okay.
10%. And if the market if in market there is come a bond which pays 12% interest, then people start selling the bond which is pays 10% interest and start buying the bonds which is selling which is giving 12% interest. That's because of that interest. When interest increases, bond price decreases because of selling pressure.
Okay. Very good. And what are different day count conventions?
And day count convention, 30 by 360 means there is 30 days in each month and 360 days in each year. 30 by 365 means there is 30 days in each month and 365 days in each year. Actual upon 360 means it counts the actual date of each month and 360 days in each year.
Okay, fine, that's fine. Tell me what do you mean by dirty price?
Price means clean price plus accrued interest.
Okay. And what do you mean by securitization?
Securitization. Sorry, sir.
You don't know securitization?
No, sir.
You? Okay. Okay. Now suppose you tell me what do you mean by NDF?
NDF. Non-deliverable forward is a forward contract on a currency which cannot be which cannot be delivered, which cannot be traded between two counterparties. In non-deliverable forward, non-deliverable forward is done by process called fixing. In fixing, fixed currency goes flat and profit and loss is calculated in tradable currency.
Okay, now suppose you are buying $100. Hello. You are buying $100.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You are buying $100 at 70, and then.
Sir, can I read it? Can I write it?
Write it. Quantity is $100.
Yes, sir.
Quantity is $100.
Yes, sir.
And rate is 70. Buying rate is 70. And
yes,
fixing rate is 72. You know what is fixing now.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
What is the P&L of NDF contract? सिंपल 1 सेकंड का आंसर है.
So we have to buy less quantity at $72.
First you have bought the dollars.
Yes, sir.
First you have bought the dollars. So fixing you will sell the dollars, no?
Yes, sir. First, first
you are buying at 70. Buying at 70.
Yes, then price will be 7,000. Then we have to sell same $100.
No, you will not sell. You have to sell what?
Dollar to get 7,000 rupees. And
so in order to buy 7,000, how much dollars you will sell? भाई कितना सिंपल है यार, क्यों मामू बना रहे हो? You are buying $100, you are selling 7,000 rupees. Now you will have to buy 7,000 rupees. So how many dollars you will sell? करो ना कैलकुलेटर में. Dollar price went up or dollar price went down? डॉलर का प्राइस क्या हो गया? ऊपर गया कि नीचे गया?
ऊपर गया.
ऊपर गया. डॉलर का प्राइस ऊपर गया. सोने का प्राइस बढ़ गया. रिमेंबर दैट एग्जांपल. अगर सोने का प्राइस बढ़ गया तो ज्यादा सोना बेचना पड़ेगा कि कम सोना बेचना पड़ेगा?
कम सोना बेचना पड़ेगा.
तो कितना कम बेचना पड़ेगा? करो कैलकुलेट.
यस सर. सर $97.
तो प्रॉफिट हुआ कि लॉस हुआ?
प्रॉफिट हुआ सर. कम डॉलर देने पड़े सेम अमाउंट के लिए.
प्रॉफिट हुआ. ठीक है. ओके गुड. I'm saying you have a call option, long call, right? लिख लो. You have a long call.
Yes sir.
Your strike price is 1,000. Long call है, strike 1,000 है, premium 100 है. And the and the spot price as on expiry date is 600. Expiry date price is 600. What is the P&L?
600.
बताओ
सर 500 लॉस.
नहीं, गलत भाई. ऑप्शन बायर का लॉस प्रीमियम से ज्यादा नहीं हो सकता.
Yes, sir.
Suppose you are thinking interest rates are going up.
Yes,
if you are thinking interest rates are going up, what position you will take in interest rate swap?
Interest rate. I pay the fixed interest and receive floating interest. Position of SBI.
Sir, वापस बोलो. You are thinking interest rates will go up. What position you will take?
Sir, interest rate swap mean in interest rate swap.
What?
Sir.
क्या कह रहे हो?
In interest rate swap, when interest rates are going up, I will take the position of same as SBI position, which we are discussing classroom. When I will pay the fixed interest on notional amount and receive the floating amount, floating interest.
नहीं, वापस बोलो.
I will pay the fixed interest and receive the floating interest.
ठीक है. If you have taken a sell futures, and the price is higher as compared to yesterday's price. Price is higher as compared to yesterday's price. What is the mark to market profit and loss?
Sir, loss होगा. Sell future.
Okay, very good. ठीक है, बढ़िया था. You can go. Just थोड़ा ध्यान दो. फिक्स्ड इनकम के ऊपर ध्यान दो और ओवरऑल रिवीजन कंटिन्यू रखो, नहीं तो गड़बड़ हो सकती है.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Sorry for the problem, sir. My headphone wasn't.
कोई भी बात नहीं है, बट जस्ट कंटिन्यू द रिवीजन, नहीं तो पीछे हो जाओगे सबसे. कंटिन्यू रखो रिवीजन.
हाँ सर.
ओके, बाय.
थैंक यू सर.
I'm done. I will do the same thing. How was the day?
It was good.
Good मतलब? What happened? सब कर दिया? कि हाफ डे था इसके लिए अच्छा है. Nobody troubled you. You got all your essays done.
Yes.
No boring essays. You got to see any vibrator today. Nadia? Or an issue.